All right. Good morning, everybody. Assemble, everyone. Schmidtlings, are you ready? Is everyone ready? Let us begin on this beautiful Wednesday. It is, in fact, Wednesday, my dudes, but I'm not gonna scream. I don't have it in me. How is everyone doing? How is everyone doing? Today is finally the day for Deck Doctor. And honestly, with the amount of submissions that we got, so far, I haven't planned anything else for the day. We'll see how long it takes. But it's been a while. It's been a while since we've done one of those, so we're gonna see. There is a chance you can complete yugioh. That's all I needed to hear. All right, let me open it up. We'll do it in a bit. If there's a chance, I will try. Watching stream in bed while ill. Well, get better soon. Hope it's nothing too bad. But glad you're here. Remember to take mental health breaks every 5 decks. We'll be fine. We'll just have we'll have a lunch break and then just watch something enjoyable and then recover. We will see. All right. Well. While everyone is still assembling, Jesse watched your hand trap vid during his stream. Oh, is he already a React streamer? Pog. He's already arrived in as a streamer. I see. How do you like it? Did he agree or what was it like? Overvalued imperm? Maybe. I mean, yeah. I think the way I look at imperm. Hey, yo, Joel, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Now, did you have that name before Farfus chat started the Joel thing or after? Is what I would like to know. I think I see where he's coming from with the imperm. It's like the way I would phrase it is I believe that imperm is good compared to the other hand traps, but I think where he's coming from is that in general, because hand traps are in such a weak spot right now, or in like relatively weak spot, I feel like it's fair to say that imperm isn't the best card overall, but like compared to the other hand traps, I still think it's like fair to put it in that category. Like if you look at it from the standpoint of if I want to play a hand trap, which one should I play? I would say it's imperm or ash, probably. He said imperm didn't do enough. Want something that actually affects the game state. Well, in that case, though, I think you're not looking for the right, like you're not looking at the right place if you're looking for a hand trap, right? Anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Jesse Cotton YGO. Appreciate that. Enjoy your sub, Jesse. I'm sure you're asleep right now, but hey. And Slumpy TCG, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. It is my IRL name. Well then, well, kind of an unfortunate turn of events then, with the Farfa situation. But hey, what can you do? But yeah, I'm glad they agreed on for the most part. Mourner. I mean, Mourner is like I put Mourner in that category, but I still don't expect to see much play out of it. I still don't like only because I say it's okay to play the card doesn't mean that you should. But yeah. Anyways, hey, we're skipping a lot of warm up, or like we're not skipping, but we have to do a lot of warm up. Hey, before we go into the deck doctor hell. So you say the YG order is possible, huh? Let me try then. But you said that there's a okay. 2008 is Phantom Darkness is it's also 2008. Yeah, what's the set called for Lights Ones? I forgot. That's embarrassing. What's it called? Light of Destruction. So Lightsworn technically, Ray's Eyes 2006 or 7. Yeah, Ray's Eyes 2007. Caius might be 2008, but Caius is a dark. Yeah, Caius is 2008. So that's the ballpark we're in. Is there a Lightsworn with 1,000 defense? Easy clap. Hey! That's finally the old head. The old head wins. Finally. That feels good. The Edison enjoyers rejoice. 2008, honestly, I think 2008, 2009, those are probably my strongest years for a card guesser. I'm not a flex, but I think 2008, 2009, I'm pretty good at that. Raise your walking sticks, exactly. Boomers come forth. Boomers rejoice when the card guesser card is from 2008. To be fair though, I was pretty lucky that was a mainstream card from 2008. There's probably a bunch of cards that I would never guess from 2008, but we don't talk about that right now. Hey, today we're eating good. Also, happy belated birthday, Gnorgard. Yeah. I didn't have a chance to hop into the stream yesterday. I was pretty sure you could get it, but wasn't sure if you would guess Aaron specifically. Well, I mean, I'm capable of typing the word Lightsworn into the box when it says 2008. All right, who's ready for card guesser? I haven't seen HZKO in chat yet, so we have to. But look, we are strong, independent card guessers. We don't need no HZKO to score solid points. Okay, chat. Let's go. This is rockets. This is the spider launcher spider. What's it called? Launcher spider. Easy. Yes. All right. Easy clap. This is a mermaid. The abyss scale of its Cetus, I think. Yep. Good start. Good start. What is this? This looks familiar, but I think I would need more zooms. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, it's Barong. You're right. Oh my god, I want it to be independent. This is Gishki Beast. Is this 1,000 needles? 1,000 needles? Nope, it's more than that. 2,000 needles? Nope, more than that. 3,000 needles? Of course. Kekbai. What is this? D-time? No. Well, this is the Destiny board. But what is it? It's Destiny board support. Well, I don't know what the hell that's called. Wait, it's just that? It's not even support. It's just Destiny board. Kekbai, Lila, easy clap. This is the Kuvaga this thing. No? This? What? Huh? Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of. What's it called? I could have sworn it was the other one. Or the other one is the Hercules beetle, right? I mixed those up, I think. I may have mixed those up. Okay, this is weather painter stuff. Canvas. Or roll canvas. Fog. Kit Moto Dragon, I think. Yes. Yo, we're kind of popping off. I don't want to speak too soon. What is this? Oh, it's the ninja. Armor Blade Ninja or something. Armor Ninja. Blade Armor Ninja, that's the one. That way around. Oh, this is Jigen Bakudan or some Bakudan. This thing, yeah. Hey, so far I didn't have to. So far I didn't have to look at chat that much. This is passcode, one-time passcode. Yeah. I'm sure someone knows this one, but I don't. Card Gardner. It's not Card Guard. Card Gardner. That one. Giving me Stardust vibes. This might just be OG Stardust Dragon. It's not, though. Stardust Synchron? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you might be right. Yeah. Oh, the FTK thing. Atlantis. Wait. Wait, Chronomaly Atlantis. Wait, what? Oh, not C6. Damn. It's not. I clicked to... What? Oh, they look very similar, though. Unfortunate turn of events. Moray of Greed or Moray of Avarice. But I think it's Moray of Greed. Yeah. What do we have here? Element Saber support, I believe. But that's very hard for me to get. It looks like Element Saber training. Elemental training. This is Element Saber support, right? This is Luna Light. Some dancer, I think. Yep. This one I have no idea. This one I have no clue. Hyperion? What? Which one? Oh, isn't that the one that they are hyping because of Cartesia? Or they were hyping? I remember now. Is this... What is this? Drytron? No. Wait, is Drytron? Which one, though? Medionis? I don't think it's Medionis. I think it's... Beta Rastaban. Oversoul? Maybe? Yep. Foxfire? I think that's Foxfire. Yeah. Didn't need to zoom there. Is this just Burstinatrix? No, I thought it wasn't. Goddamn, what is it?
Joshua now has perfect information.
Wake up your elemental hero? Wake up. Wait, what? Generation next. Cappuccino, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Now, what do we have here? Stop with the Raid Raptors, dude. This is Rusty. Yeah. Pachi, probably. Yep. I have no idea. Looks like some Synchron guy. But Quick Span Knight. What the hell? Okay, now we're getting hard ones. What is this? Rudra? What is a Rudra? Oh, an ally of justice. Oh yeah, I remember this one. Linguribo? No. Linkuribo. What? Oh. Which one is it? You and I? You and I. Oh, god damn it. We've been baited, chat. We've been baited. What do we have here? It looks like... Is that Raviel? But, like... It's not Raviel the card. Shimmering Scraper? That... This thing? No. Oh... Then it's just like a completely misleading card. Fiendga Reefing. Okay, you guys know these types of cards. This is a BA, right? This is a BA. Wait, this is a BA. I know this. This is one of the bad ones. Dragig? Yep. Although technically, like, all of the BAs are, like, the bad ones, but don't tell Farfa. This is Psychic Support, but I don't know what it's called. Teleport. Clipped and shipped. I've never seen this before. Photon change. This is a Psychic Synchro. This is Thought Ruler. Yeah. There's some Dogma, Despia stuff, but... No, wait, Evil Eye? Awakening? Evil Eye Awakening? Yeah. It gave me Despia vibes at first, but then I saw the eyes. Oh, I know this. I've seen this. Oh, no. What is this called? Yeah, Gem Merchant. Gem Merchant. This is Math Mech. Math Mech. Is it Equation? Yes. We have here. Oh, Shredder. This one doesn't ring a bell. Penguin Ninja? They made a Penguin Ninja archetype crossover? What the hell? Archfiend of Gilfer or Gilfer, please? Yes. Photon booster. I'll probably never be able to tell apart the photon cards, dude. Is this Tragedy? No. It's not Aluber. It's like, it's some branded card. It's not Tragedy. Dogmatic Caturgy. This is old. It's a spell. I think 1000 energy. That's the one. Who said? Why'd you say Salamangre Heat, Leo? Why'd you do that? Oh, Goblin Thief or something? Goblin... it's not Fake Trap, no. It's not Fake Trap. It's some goblin. Calligrapher, yeah. But there's way too much going on some of these cards. Zen Maelstrom. Photon. Something. Now tell me which Galaxy Eyes Photon whatever this is. I'm just skipping that. I'm skipping. I'm sorry. I should have skipped way earlier. I shouldn't even waited. I have no idea what this is. Neo Galaxy Eyes Cypher Dragon. Yep, Yu-Gi-Oh King. Mossif D, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Evil Swarm. Ophion. Yep. Dragon Ruler Jump Scare. Morphtronic. Morphtronic. I think Boomboxen. Yep. I think this is Sacred Summit, but I could be wrong. No, it's not. It is that. This one I have once again no idea. Gladiator Beast United. Man, some of these Gladiator Beast cards. Is this limiter removal? Please be limiter removal. Yep. Is this Gadarla? Does Gadarla have that many different colors? No, it's not. Bee Trooper. Fly and Sting. Okay. It reminded me of Gadarla first, but Tenacious. Captain Tenacious. Yeah. Oh, we have here. Is this some Winda Gusto whatever? Yep. No, I'm not wasting time on that. We have 19 seconds. We're gonna be so close. We are so close to 1K and we're not getting there. It's frustrating. I'm in shambles. And I don't know that one either. Dragonroid. So close. Hey, but not a bad round. Not a bad round, chat. 963. Almost 1,000. Almost 1,000. And I will say, I did not look at chat that much. There was a lot of cards that I got on my own. Proud of that round. Proud of that round. Can we play some card guesser for the vlog at London? What do you mean, like in the venue or like together? Sure. I'm down. We're breaking 1K this week. We've done it before. We've done it before. You think the OTS leagues are legitimate or not? I have no clue. I have literally no idea, and I don't really care either. Like, I have no, I don't get anything from knowing that stuff early, so I don't care about it, and I don't think you should. Draco Predator, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate you. Okay. Hold up. Before we hop into the deck doctor, because that's the main thing, of course, we're doing today. Let me quickly check if there's any new stuff that we need to talk about from, like, YG organization or some new stuff. I don't think there's much here. Because I wasn't planning on starting with the card, with the deck doctor right away, because I wanted to make sure that everyone is here. Can we submit decks for deck doctor? You can. In the Discord. You can in the Discord, but I will say one thing. There is no guarantee, absolutely no guarantee, that if you are submitting today, your deck will still be looked at. Because there have already been plenty of people that have submitted the deck faster. So you can go !Discord and submit a deck in the deck doctor section, but you are relatively late to the party because I've announced this like on Monday. So no promise that we can get through all of them, because at some point they will start to get relatively like repetitive, and then we're not going to look at the 10 billionth Ishizu tier deck list. But technically you can join the Discord and you can try and submit, or I mean, even if you join the Discord and then your deck doesn't get like deck doctored, you can join the next one, and so on and so forth. Yeah. But yes, we will start with the deck doctor soon. One thing that I felt like we could talk about, I have it open. I don't know if it's like that interesting to look at yet, but I guess there is now some vague pre-sale prices for the Photon Hypernova cards, which I feel like for the most part are just like a tad bit high. I don't want to go into it too much detail, but we can like talk about it a little bit. But I feel like most of those things, my personal advice would be, I know you guys make fun of me and say like, oh, do the opposite of what he says, but I personally think that most of these are incredibly inflated and will probably go down. Will you be opening any of this set? I will be opening one box of this set, specifically one box, because one of my sponsors, SmartGuard, shoutouts to SmartGuard, is providing me with one box of every set that comes out to open on stream. So we will have one box of Photon Hypernova. As far as I'm not going to be buying any for myself, I'm just going to have that one box where we're going to open it. The only thing that's like weird about it is I have two options. I can either open it like, because the set comes out on Thursday, right? The set comes out on Thursday, and on that Thursday, I will not be streaming, because on that Thursday, I will already be traveling to YCS Lyon. So I either have to wait to open it like a week late, or I could open it like on Thursday and just include it in the vlog for the YCS instead of opening it on stream. That's the two options that I have. But either way, yeah. So far, I think most of these prices are a little bit inflated. I think, funnily enough, towards the top end, like those are actually, I think, not that inflated. Like, I don't know, one of these two secrets is probably going to end up being around 60 to 70. But especially towards the bottom, like pretty much starting here at the Rise Hard, I feel like it's gonna be a lot less than that at the end. Like, I don't think Inscription is gonna hold 30. I don't think Tearlaman's Kashtira is gonna hold 30. I don't think Rise Hard is gonna hold 29. I think all of this is like a little bit too high, but yeah. Gratz6, think of the Prime. But of course, I can't predict that. Once again, please don't take my word as financial advice. It's just what I'm feeling like. Like, I feel like this might be prices that some people are forced to pay because they want to have the cards in time for YCS Lyon, right? They need them right at launch. So usually when I tell you guys to wait, some people this time around just don't have that option, which is unfortunate. I think that's not something they should do. Like, have releases so close to a YCS. But it is what it is. We have to deal with it. If you need any of these cards, and I'm in the same boat. I'm gonna need some of those cards. I don't know exactly which ones yet, but I'm gonna probably have to bite the bullet on some of these as well at the venue or close to YCS Lyon. So it is what it is. It's kind of sad that Kashtira is so unplayable on a budget. At least Tearlament was playable without Field Spell. I mean, honestly, you're right. I think it is kind of whack that Tearlaments, not Tearlaments, that Kashtira is such an expensive deck when it's not even the best deck. On the other hand, I try to look at it from a positive perspective here, is that it would be much worse, in my opinion, if Kashtira actually was the best deck, you know? If everyone was for, like, imagine how bad of a situation this would be if we were all actually forced to play Kashtira for YCS Lyon because it was such a good deck, right? So in that sense, yes, Kashtira is unreasonably expensive, right? It's unreasonably expensive, but no one is forced to pay the price, right? No one is forced to pay for that. Unless you really want to play it, right? If it's like, for some reason, like, you just like completely love the playstyle of that deck and you have to absolutely have it, sure. But for all intents and purposes, you do not have to invest in this deck. You do not have to invest in this deck. So that's the good thing, at least, right? I mean, you can complain about it all you want, but at the end of the day, if you don't get Kashtira, you're just fine, right? For some reason, Farfa wanted to play Kashtira. I mean, I can understand people that want to play Kashtira. I personally think that the deck is like, it's kind of Flanderies, but I find it more fun than Flunder, personally. I think it feels more fun, even though it is also kind of a somewhat like degenerate deck, right? But I find it more fun than Flunder. I'm not saying it's fun. I'm just saying it's more fun than Flunder. That's what I'm saying. Don't mix up what I'm saying here. I think it's more fun than Flunder. Like, it's a cooler concept. But at the end of the day, it's like just like not that exciting, honestly. I think it's like I think it's, I don't know, maybe they expected the deck to be better than it actually is. And that's why they made the cards so high rare, because they felt like, oh, we're gonna make them high rare because everyone is gonna chase them now. And I feel like that's not what we're seeing. So far, that's not what we're seeing. At least from what I've heard and what I've seen on the internet, it's created kind of a reverse hype. It's just kind of created a reverse hype where, like, people are more inclined to not play Kashtira now because of what it costs, right? I can understand some people that are like, yeah, I want to play this because it's new, right? Because some people, after having 5 months of tier elements or whatever, even more, right? And like they wanted to play something fresh, something new, something that feels different, and Kashtira was going to be that, right? So some people were definitely looking forward to this, but I think for the most part, not at this price. Not at this price. I am going to record a video in detail, not on stream, but just for YouTube, where I talk about, like, where I go over the Kashtira archetype again, just for the people that haven't looked at it yet, before a Photon Hypernova comes out. I'm going to explain what the deck does, and I'm going to tell you exactly how good I think it is, and whether it is specifically worth the price that it's going to cost. But hey, spoiler alert, I don't think that it is that. E-Priest, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. Playing under the mechanic of Macrocosmos is obviously more fun than playing restricted by a restriction that doesn't allow special summons. That limits you to a normal summon. I mean, you can argue that. I mean, if you're playing tier limits, honestly, it doesn't really matter if it's Barrier Statue or Macrocosmos. They both are kind of the same. But overall, like, if you're not playing tier elements, which is a completely graveyard-centric deck, I think a card that, even though a Macrocosmos is a very powerful restriction, it is a weaker restriction than Barrier Statue. So that in itself makes the deck less I also just feel like Kashtira is in this weird spot where even after a ban list, even like hypothetically, right? Completely hypothetically, let's say they bring out a ban list in the most greedy way possible, right? Where they hit tier, they hit sprite, and they leave Kashtira at full power, right? Even in that world, I don't think Kashtira is going to ever be able to be like a tier 1/tier 0 deck. Simply because the deck in itself is so vulnerable to board breakers, right? The deck has no negates, no back row, all of its interaction comes from 2 or 3 monsters on the board, so any solid board breaker approach will beat the deck. The deck loses to cards like Kurikara, Nibiru, Thrusting, Talents, Mind Control, Change of Heart. To an extent, even Dark Ruler, maybe even Raigeki if you can deal with the zone lock. It's like it's such a streamlined strategy that I feel like you don't have to be afraid that this deck will ever take over like tier 0. It can't. I don't think it can it can ever take a tier 0 position because it has so many weaknesses in itself. The only reason I think this deck is so, like, not so strong, but the only reason why this deck is strong is because it can play Shifter and it has its own macrocosmos in a format where Tier Limit is the best deck. So in a format where Tier Limit isn't the best deck, I think the deck also loses a lot of viability. And this is why I think Kashtira overall is not something to have to be super worried about. Like, I don't see myself playing Kashtira even in a world where Sprite and Tier just don't exist anymore because of a ban list. I think even in that world, I'm playing a different deck. Even in that world, I'm probably playing a different deck. I don't know what exactly, but probably not Kashtira. Even though it is a good deck. I could definitely see it like being splashed as an engine in some other decks. But pure Kashtira, I don't know about that. Branded Prage? Maybe. Probably, actually. In a completely hypothetical scenario where like Sprite cards and Tier cards just get completely deleted from the game, Branded's probably good. Can get very boring playing it for 9 rounds in a row. See, I understand that point. I understand your point, but that is not typically something I care about when I choose a deck for a tournament. Which is different for some people. Some people care about that a lot, which is fair. But I personally, if it was like, even if it was super boring, if it was the actual best deck in the format, I would play it. Right? But I just don't think it is. But that's not because it's boring, but it's rather that decks that are boring usually are also quite linear, right? Which normally that's what makes them weak, right? The deck is very linear, that's why it's boring, but that's also why it's weak. It's not like I'm not playing it because it's boring, I'm not playing it because it's linear and has weaknesses. The small engine is like actually could be solid. It could be something. How is the Kashtira mirror? Unironically, the Kashtira mirror I don't think is that bad. I don't know if it's good. I haven't played many of them. But it's kind of like Flunder, where all of the floodgate effects that they have, they don't matter in the mirror match, right? Like Barrier Statue doesn't matter in the mirror match, Empen doesn't matter in the mirror match, whatnot. And so the Flunder mirror can actually be quite good, even though the decks themselves are quite toxic. But the Flunder mirror actually isn't that bad, I think. Although I am, once again, not a freaking expert. I don't play a lot of... I've never played an actual Flunder mirror in my life. It's just what I hear some Flunder players say and just going off a theory. But the Kashtira mirror kind of feels like that a little bit. Where, yeah. Of course, the player going first in the Kashtira mirror still has a very decent advantage, I think, is like what I feel like. But it's like, if they both play power spells accordingly and multiple Zeuses in the extra deck, I think it can be quite the back and forth game where resource management could matter, where you just like try to invest as little resources as possible into breaking your opponent's board, and then they break it back, and then you have to have follow-up and whatnot. I can actually see the Kashtira mirror match being like decently skillful. Even though it's probably not the greatest still, but there's probably been a lot worse mirror matches in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! Anyways, chat. We are doing something that I've already announced on Monday today, and let's get going because we have a lot to go through. So I asked you guys, we've done these in the past. You guys know the deal, at least if you've been around for a while. I have offered you guys the opportunity to join my Discord and submit deck lists that you are planning to use in the upcoming format. So like after Photon Hypernova, whether it be for locals, for regionals, or even to YCS Lyon or YCS Mexico. You've submitted decks on my Discord, and I'm going to try and give you guys my first impression on your list and see what you can improve. Now, of course, take that with a grain of salt because I've also not tested every single deck that you guys will submit today to like the fullest extent. I'm just giving you my first impression, my first feedback on some of the ratios you choose, what seems to be like maybe something you could improve, maybe some inspiration on what you could try, and we're gonna go through that a little bit. So let me actually go through this. The way we are gonna do this this time around is I have two separate channels on my Discord. One channel that only subscribers can see, like Twitch subscribers, and one channel that everyone can see. So I've given subscribers the opportunity to submit their decks first, and we are going to go through these first because I want to make sure that everyone who is supporting the channel is getting their deck list rated. And then what we're going to do is afterwards, after we're through with all the submissions, we are going to hop into the regular submissions and see how many of these we can still do within a reasonable time frame. And as always, we're going to do this until I feel like it's getting too repetitive, right? Until we see like the 10th tier limit deck, the 10th sprite list, the 10th Kashtira deck. At some point, we're going to start skipping the meta stuff and only do like the off meta stuff. And then eventually, of course, we're going to run out of reasonable decks to look at. Yeah, we're going to see how it goes. How do I get the sub roll? You just have to connect your Discord to your Twitch. I don't know exactly where you need to click, but it's not that hard. You go like in your Discord settings. I think there's an option to connect it to other platforms, and you have to sign up in Discord with your Twitch, and then you get then it will see that you are subscribed, and it will give you the role and whatnot. It's relatively easy. It's relatively easy to do. All you have to do is connect your Discord to your Twitch. All right, so let me open up the first submission. And we go right in. All right. And we have something right off the bat where I'm seeing a couple of things. This is Rika Sun Avalon, which, once again, one thing that we are not going to do is tell people to play a different deck. We are not going to tell people like, oh, Rika sucks, play something else. We're going to try and work on the deck that they've submitted, right? We're not going to be like, yeah, take out all the Rika cards and put in some tier limits instead, bozo. That's not what we're going to do. We're going to try and see what we can do about this Rika deck. Now, there is only very few things here that I notice that stick out to me. Because for the most part, I know I'm not a Rika savant, but for the most part, this feels relatively standard to me. You've decided to play one sewing, which I guess is fair enough, even though I've seen some people play two, but I think in a format without Ash, you can just play one and be fine. The card that sticks out to me the most is Parallel Exceed, as well as the 2 copies of Fenrir. I mean, the 2 copies of Fenrir makes sense because, I mean, there's no reason. You don't have to play 3 Fenrir if you just want to have if you just play 2, you still get the full effect out of the card, being able to search another copy and so on and so forth. So the Parallel Exceed, as far as I'm concerned, you just use that at the start of your combo to put up a Dweller. Which, fair enough. Fair enough. You're putting up a Dweller under your... Well, you summon Dryas, which adds the Sunvine spell trap, and then you make a Dweller somewhere else, which is... I mean, that's sweet against tier. That is sweet against tier. So, and this is where I would need a little bit more experience, or maybe some Rika players in chat tell me. This seems, to me, my first impression of this is that Exceed it's a solid idea in this deck, and honestly, your deck list in general is solid. The ratios here are solid. You've kept it 40, I like that. You are playing the most important starter cards all at 3, I really like that as well. You've decided for a decent amount of tech cards. I can definitely also get behind the Imperms. I think that's a solid choice as a hand trap. The one card that I feel like might be a little bit off is the Parallel Exceed, and this is where I need some feedback in the chat now, which is, don't you feel like this deck already has a good enough matchup into most things when you get to go first and pull off your combo? Is what I want to know. Because I'm kind of worried looking at this deck. I'm kind of worried for its capability of going second. I'm kind of worried of the deck's capability of going second because you are playing only 3 Imperms. You're playing only 3 Imperms. And I guess Tactics counts as a going second card. The cool thing about this deck is that for the most part, I feel like it doesn't care that much about like getting Dwellered. Or getting Baguskat in a sense also works. So maybe the Parallel Exceed is fine. Maybe the deck isn't as weak going second as I feel like. But I think you might want to consider switching up the Parallel Exceed for something else. As far as to what that would be, you can try out Bestials. You can try out Ash. I think Ash is not the worst thing. You can try Book of Eclipse, which is also fine in this format. Another card that I would probably actually take out of this deck the more I think about it. I just glanced over at Unexpected Die, and then I looked at Fenrir, and I was like, hey, both of these have the same condition, and they lock each other out. I think that's a little bit weird. I think that would be something that I would be okay with. I would be okay with that anti-synergy if Fenrir was actually like this huge, amazing payoff card that was insane in every single matchup. But Fenrir isn't that good. Right? Fenrir is not bad, but Fenrir isn't like, oh, if I have Fenrir, that wins me the game, right? Fenrir is like, all right. In this current format, right? In this current format, Fenrir is like, okay. But locking you out of Unexpected Die means that if you open up Fenrir in this deck, you actually don't have that many starters anymore. Because you don't even play like Painful Decision. So I would probably say take out the Fenrirs and consider switching the Parallel Exceeds for another non-engine card. And then I like your approach. Your side deck is cool. I wonder if the Gallant Granite is worth it for you're siding Nibiru going first to search it with Gallant Granite to like stabilize your board, which isn't the worst idea. But I mean, of course, if you reconsider the Parallel Exceed, then that might be something you want to take out as well. So that's my first impression of this list. But overall, very solid submission. Very solid submission. Do not hate the idea overall. Okay. Advice for Photon Hypernova, submission by Jordanian. And they said, especially need a side deck idea for the Kashtira matchup. Looking to replace Dugares, Trishula, and Alomeros. Thinking of IP, Underworld Goddess, and Zeus. I would have to buy all 3, but I think it's a future-proof spending. No Barone because of budget, and no Magnamud because I'm afraid he will appear on the next ban list. All right. Rambo, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. So, okay. So, no Magnamud for reasons, which I can get behind. Now, 1 Kelbeck, 1 Agido, 3 Modora, 3 Keldo. Very minimal Naturia package. Droplet, Talents, Goods. And we're playing Gravekeeper's Trap and Exchange of the Spirit with a very small Vernusylph package as well. Okay, so first of all, no Barone is a big downside for this deck in general. Barone is really strong in this deck. But I guess if you don't have it, you don't have it. Fair enough. Nothing you can do about it. The rest of the ratios, I think, are fine. I feel like Droplet... I mean, Droplet is good with Sacred Tree. Droplet has very good synergy with Sacred Tree. The 1 Kelbeck, 1 Agido feel a little bit off, but I guess as searchable options, if you're playing the Gravekeeper's Trap, it's kind of okay. But Droplet feels a little weird in this upcoming format. That's the one card I have an issue with. As well as like the double Foolish Burial Goods is something you can play that. I don't hate it. Just get the Naturia Sacred Tree search. But overall, I think Droplet is not that good simply because it completely sucks against Kashtira. It completely sucks against Kashtira. You can't use Droplet against Kashtira at all. So your deck actually has very little tools to deal with Kashtira, right? It has very little tools to deal with Kashtira. If you go second against Kashtira and you don't have Imperm or Tactics, you probably lose on the spot. And even if you have one of those, it's not that great. In Germany, it's Friday already, time zones and all. That is not, that is absolutely not correct. That is not how time zones work. It is absolutely Wednesday, my dudes. It is not Friday already. In Germany, it is already summer. Anyways, you said you wanted to cut Dugares. I don't agree. I don't think you should take out Dugares out of this deck. I think Dugares is a good card here because one issue that the Naturia deck has, if you don't pair it up with Ishizu, is that getting rid of Naturia Sacred Trees in your hand is not easy, which is probably why you're playing the Droplets. I understand that, but I don't think you should be playing the Droplets, but you should probably keep the Dugares in case you ever get stuck in a situation where you have a Sacred Tree in your hand, you would really like to get it out of there. You can get into a rank 4 and drop that Sacred Tree, which is very nice. So the ones you were thinking of, IP, Underworld Goddess, and Zeus, I think you should definitely play a Zeus. You can just cut the Alomeris for the Zeus. I think that comes up more. The Cowboy is something that you can move that to the side deck, or you can decide not to play it at all. I don't think I would play that one in the extra deck. With Kashtira being a thing, you might want to consider playing like the most important card in here as a 2-of maybe, like Zeus. I know you don't have one, but you don't have you might want to have a second Zeus in the Kashtira matchup, especially if you're using Talents. Like Talents is insane against Kashtira if you have a Zeus in the extra deck, but if you don't have a Zeus in the extra deck, then it's not that good. So you might want to consider playing 2 Zeuses and then be able to steal their XYZs with Talents and make a Zeus over it. So I would say cut the Cowboy and the Alomeris for 2 Zeus. Even though I know that means you have to buy 2 Zeus, which I'm sorry, but it's kind of needed in this format. Like, playing 1 Zeus is kind of pointless because, yeah, Mind Hacker. Of course, you could also switch to Runic, but I do realize that, I mean, we've talked about budget reasons for Barone, so I feel like you probably don't want to spend all the money on the Runic cards just to play Naturia in this format, so that's fine. So I think you should cut the Droplets from the main deck and apply the changes to the extra deck that I said. The side deck, your side deck is fine. I think you can cut Gamma easily. Gamma is not that good. I think if you're looking for a card that's good against Flunder and Kashtira, you can look at Book of Eclipse. You can look at more copies of Talents. That card's always good. Other than that, the side deck is pretty solid overall, I'd say. All right. We're getting cool decks. Hey, no one is going the resident sleeper route, but okay. We have Sprite. Okay, now there is not that much to say about this. This is probably going to be one of the more quicker ones. One immediate thing that I noticed. Oh, this is for a regional this weekend. Oh, it's not for Photon Hypernova. Okay, well, in that case, I'm just seeing if there's anything wrong with this list. But honestly, this is a super standard sprite list. It's a super standard sprite list for pre-Photon Hypernova, but I think this is totally fine. You can absolutely play this. Go for it. I don't have much to add on to this, honestly. I mean, Sprite has been played like over and over and over again. I think your list is pretty standard, but it's pretty fine. I think it's fine. Mosquito, Machek? Yeah, you can consider a Mosquito instead of Cavalry. I think that's what I would do. Everything else feels okay. All right, and here we go into the actual like meta stuff. Okay, so here we have a submission from Raw. I'm a Dinosaur, planning to play Kashtira Ishizu at YCS Lyon. Very unsure about how to build the side deck in this. I still expect to meet a lot of tiers, so I want to include Bystials and maybe remove the whole Kashtira or Ishizu engine in siding if needed. The different books in the side deck are in because I'm not sure on which one I should want to play. Update, can't get triple tactic tasking in time for the event, so I replaced it with talents and maybe something else based on recommendation. Okay, so the good news right off the bat, the good news that I have for you right off the bat is I do think that triple tactics, I mean, thrusting is what I'm just going to call it because that's going to be the official name. Even you might like it, you might not like it. That's what it's going to be. It's going to be a good card, but I personally don't think that you are at a huge disadvantage if you don't have it. Because I'm gonna be 100% honest with you right now. I personally am not sure if I'm going to play the card yet. Now, I might end up playing it. I might end up using it. But I do not think that it's 100% a staple. Because the reason I think that is because currently T-Elements and even like T-Elements Kashtira combinations have a very unique problem that is not very common in Yu-Gi-Oh! Actually. But because it's been so long since we haven't had any changes to these archetypes yet. Like T-Element has no cards on the ban list. Kashtira has no cards on the ban list. Ishizu cards are nowhere on the ban list. All of these cards are unlimited. It's a weird syndrome where you have so many good cards to put into your deck that it would be so easy to build a 60 card deck where only good cards are in the deck, 80 card deck where only good cards are in the deck for tier elements. Like it's and what I mean by that is if you don't have triple tactics tasking or thrusting, I'm getting used to it. The cards you replace it with are also going to be really strong and will also have their own unique purposes, right? Like for example, if you compare triple tactics thrusting to a Bystial, for example, which is a card you could arguably play in that slot, right? A Bystial has some things that it does better than triple tactics thrusting and some things that it does worse. So your deck is not overall better or worse if you replace thrustings with Bystials. It just does a couple of things differently, right? But it's not strictly better or strictly worse. So if you, and this is if you don't have thrusting for any of the upcoming tournaments and you don't want to spend the money immediately, I don't think you have to be too worried about it because I do not consider the card an absolute staple. I do personally not consider the card an absolute staple. Now that out of the way, looking at this deck, I am not sure whether I like the combination of Kashtira and Tier in this manner more than I like the pure Tearlament deck. I'm not sure if I like it because it adds, like, of course, it adds another layer of play, which is valuable in, for example, the Kashtira matchup. Adding another layer of play is good, especially that it's a layer of play that works against Shifter. One thing that I also really like about the one copy of Unicorn, I think, is that you can search an out to the Wind Barrier statue with Terraforming or Paraisos, right? Just special Unicorn, attack it, which is good. Even though they have ways to prevent it, but you can do that. Now, I still think that overall, the Kashtira archetype and the Tearlament archetype have quite a bit of anti-synergy as well. Because you, the Tearlament deck usually going second puts up monsters onto the field already. Right? So, I don't know. Also, in this version, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Unicorn the way better starter than Fenrir? Isn't Unicorn the way better starter than Fenrir? Because the way I'm looking at it, if you don't play the level 4, Kashtira Rise Hard, Fenrir doesn't do any combos, right? Fenrir is just summon Fenrir and just vibe, right? Which isn't bad, right? Fenrir isn't bad, but that it's not like it's not a starter card in this deck per se. Right? So I would say if you want to go for the hybrid, you probably play more Unicorns than Fenrir, or maybe like 2 and 2. I don't know if 2 and 2 even makes sense. I feel like you go 1 Fenrir, 3 Unicorn, maybe even. Well, that feels like more appropriate, in my opinion. I don't think you want to be playing 3 Fenrir in this version, because of the Unicorn being a much stronger combo enabler. Maybe 2 Unicorn, 1 Fenrir, maybe 3 Unicorn, 2 Fenrir. That just totally depends on how many slots you want to like free up for the Kashtira package. But you should definitely be on multiple Unicorns, / you should definitely be playing more Unicorns than Fenrir, or the same amount. I think I would probably just switch it around to say 3 Unicorn, 1 Fenrir. I would be happy to do that. Like, I think that's fine. So if you don't have access to triple tactics thrusting, let me just think about what I would replace those with. Tsuni, thank you for the prime. Also, we're taking, as you notice, we're taking a little bit of time here for this deck. We're gonna get faster as we move along, because at some point we're gonna, like, it's gonna repeat itself. We're gonna see another tier deck, and we're gonna apply the same things we already said. You know what I mean? Yazoo, thank you for the gift sub again. Thank you, appreciate that. Starting the February leaderboard strong. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Wait, it's remix time. Oh, okay. Small. We interrupt the program. We interrupt the program for a short remix session. There we go. All right. And in the meantime, I will just think about what I would do instead of the thrust. Joshua Schmidt. All right. So what would I change without thrusting here? Joshua Schmidt. Imperm is reasonable.
Joshua now has perfect information.
Imperm is reasonable. I would say
Joshua's got it perfect. It all comes down to this. Joshua Schmidt goes for it in their performance.
I would say we could also consider playing. We could also definitely consider playing more talents, like 2 or 3. Easily, we could do that. Also, we've just set the sub goal to 700, which is crazy. Once again, I appreciate all of your guys' support. We've hit 700 before, but that was the month where I won a YCS, so I didn't expect to be back here so soon. I appreciate all of you. Also, anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Baguska. Which I mean, I don't know about that. I don't know if I want Baguska in my chat, but hey, I appreciate that nonetheless. Appreciate the support. Monka W. Whatever you do, do not gift a sub to Fluanderies and Robina. I'm sure some psychopath has that name on Twitch. Someone is, surely there has to be like people called Robina Gang or Fluanderies and Robina. No shot. Please do not. Anyways, if you take out thrusting, you also take out meta noise. So that is minus 4 cards. That is minus 4 cards. So we have to do 3 more. So I'm telling you, hey, you can go up to 3 talents and you still have room for 1 more card. That could be a second Saliak. I don't hate it. That could be a 5th Shuffler. I don't hate it. That could be a second Scream. I don't hate it. That's fine. Oh no, you've done it. You've done it. Well, actually, I've baited you into doing that. So, yeah, it worked. Easy clap. Get baited. Get baited. Thank you for the gift sub to Fluanderies Robina. Appreciate that. Get baited. Now, it'd be a shame. It'd be a shame if someone gifted a sub to Empen. Huh? I could name cards all day. Don't dare me. Oh, no. No. That's too far. No, that's too far. Gifting a sub to Mystic Mine? That is uncalled for. Nah. I did not ask for that one. Take that back. See, this one is more based. Apollyon, thank you for the gift sub to Ronin Toden. I appreciate you. See, this is positive energy. This is the positive vibes that we need. Not Mystic Mine, dude. Hey, this is a POG idea. This works great. Hey, I'm just naming card names. Thank you for the gifts up to Max C. This is a big brain, the most big brain concept I've ever had. Why haven't we been doing this all the time? Like, why haven't I been doing this? Why have I not been doing this? I need to just like, yeah, exactly. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. It's crazy. Thank you for gifting a sub to Totally Awesome. And Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the gift sub to Beat Cop. And Yasu, oh no, not Nightmare Goblin. Okay, how many Yu-Gi-Oh cards are there? I just want to know how many subs we're gonna have by the end of this. How many Yu-Gi-Oh cards are there? I'm about to be a freaking like billionaire. Okay, 10,000.
Joshua now has perfect information.
Zahor, thank you for the tier 1. And Chris, thank you for the 5 gifts up. Appreciate you so much. Thank you guys. Rather than cry, this is the most genius idea I've ever had. Waiver gifting a sub to Shifter. I don't know about that one. I don't know about the Shifter. That's kind of sus, Waiver. I don't know why you would do that. Anonymous Gifter gifting a sub to Fiber Jar. Okay, I don't know where the Fiber Jar come from, but... Can we move on now? Can I keep deck doctoring? Can I improve your decks? Or anyone else got a funny card that he thought about? Or that they thought about? Any other funny ideas? How, by the way, hey, Chris, thank you for the sub to Abyss Dweller. Are all of these cards card names actual account names? Can you give the sub to any, like, anything, or does it have to be an account? Yes? How the hell does someone have who logs onto this site and makes an account called Abyss Dweller or Nightmare Goblin or Beat Cop? I can understand Totally Awesome. I understand Ronin Toden. Hey, I'm kind of jealous of that account name. I was gonna name myself that as well if it was still up, but it's not there. I was gonna be down to do that, but hey. Raw, I'm a Dinosaur, and Rayborn, thank you guys for the subs. And we fit 700. That's crazy. That's crazy, guys. I mean, hey, I'm happy. But this was a genius idea. Whoever started this, whoever gifted us up, which started it? Yeah, Baguska. I'm glad that happened. Hey. There you go. Pepe D for that one. Chris, thank you for the sub. White blue base. Sinbang Pool, thank you for the prime.
Joshua Schmidt.
Oh no, you found it. Durandama, the gift sub to Sky Striker engage.
Joshua.
But you know what? You were trying to trigger me with that engage sub, but I'm telling you one thing. One engage is fine. It's only a problem. It's only a problem if you get engaged 4 times in a situation. But I am very happy about the discovery that we made, that it's apparently super funny to give subs to funny card names. I mean, Hog, the best, biggest brain move ever.
No car. This is over.
I did not want to trigger you. I love engage to 3. I mean, I'm on your side here. I'm on your side. I'm on your side with engage. Believe it or not. Okay. X Crazy, thank you for the sub to engage 4 more, and Apollyon, thank you for the gift sub to Joshua Schmidt CCG, which is which is one of my accounts that I made and forgot the password for. Pog. Bro, why are people doing subathons? I don't get it. It's so much easier to just do this. I don't know. Why would I ever do a subathon instead of just telling chat to like, yo, gift subs to the funniest card name you can do? It's a Yugi-thon. Easy clap. Anyways, I appreciate all of you. But you guys can now stop burning money for funny card names and we can move on, okay? You can stop burning your money on funny card names if you want to. We can move on and I can give you guys some feedback, okay? Thank you for the gifts up to Substitute. I appreciate that one as well. Thank you. You have 2 accounts that you forgot the password? Oh, I have more. I have more, believe me. Anonymous gifter with a gift sub to Branded Fusion. Okay, now we're just saying random card names. Now we're just doing random card names. Weehawks, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate you as well. How much costs tasking? The pre-sale is like 70. The pre-sale is 70. But I don't know if that's going to be the real price. In my guess, it's probably going to go down a bit, but it's not mandatory, no. I was talking about that just before that happened. Just before this incident, I was starting to talk about thrusting not being a complete staple. You'll be fine without it. Yazoo, thank you for the gift sub for normal summon Alistair. Okay, hey. Look, I appreciate all of you, but now I am going to continue with this. So what did I say? Replace the thrusting and the meta noise with 2 talents. Replace 2 Fenrir with 2 unicorns. Which puts it at 39 cards. And then what about Change of Heart? Because Change of Heart, in my opinion, is a solid card. I was gonna say just remove it, you don't need it, but it's a fine card. Hey yo, X Crazy, thank you for the gifts up to Nesh. Nesh, enjoy your sub, brother. So I think Change of Heart, if you want to play that, I think it's a fine card. Like it's good against Kashtira. It's very good against Kashtira, in my opinion.
Joshua now has perfect information.
Also good against Tyr, because it works going second, but it also works going first, because if you go first against Tyr, almost any hand trap that they play will put up a monster onto the field that you can Change of Heart. So in that sense, they either don't have a hand trap and you get to play, or you get to use Change of Heart, which is fine. Future Legacy, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Thank you. So I think you can keep the change of heart if you want to. So I would say, or you can cut it for like second Sulliak, second Scream. Although maybe it's fine to play one Scream in a version that plays the Kashtira package. So what else were you asking? The different books in the side deck are in because I'm not sure on which one I should want to play. So I'm sure you've changed your deck since you've submitted because it only has one book. But your side deck is fine. I don't know what the Asa is doing there. Honestly, I don't think you should be siding the Asa. Also, hey, one thing you absolutely have to do, and this is once again public service announcement. This format, unfortunately, the card has been going up. The card has been going up in price, but that is for good reason. You need a second Zeus. You need a second Zeus because of Diablosis. If you don't play the second Zeus, your triple tactics talents and change of heart and whatnot are going to be way worse against Kashtira because they just remove your Zeus from play with Diablosis. They just remove it. So you can't really use the talents and the change of heart super well. Just play Exiton? No, Exiton does not replace it. Exiton is a solid card. You can play Exiton. I don't hate Exiton, but it doesn't replace Zeus because you cannot make Exiton after you talents their Arise Heart. That does not make Exiton. Those are not the ingredients necessary to make an Exiton Knight. Those are the ingredients necessary to make a Zeus, which is why you need two. And I know it's bad. I know it's bad to have to buy a second Zeus. Hey, I'm in the same boat. I personally, you guys know this if you were here. I've pulled two Ulti Zeuses. I've pulled two Ulti Zeuses from my OTS box that I won at a regional. And I sold one, so I only have one. And I had to order a second. I had to be sad, go out there and bought a second I bought a second Ulti Zeus, and it still hasn't been shipped. And I ordered it from Spain, so I have no idea whether it's gonna arrive in time for YCS Lyon. I'm in absolute shambles in this situation. I'm with you. Hey, I'm with you. I ordered it from Spain because it was cheaper, and it hasn't been shipped yet, and it's probably not gonna arrive in time. I'm in absolute shambles because of the second Zeus. But we're all in the same boat. We all have to do it. Also, I just noticed that weird card name thing got us to a freaking level 5 hype train. I've never been there before. I don't even know what that means. I do not know what that means, but thank you. Anyways, moving on. Your side deck is fine, besides the Asa. Of course, the one Dark Ruler makes significantly less sense if you have to remove tasking from the deck for budget reasons. So I recommend you maybe play a Crime instead. That's like a card that's more accessible. Yeah. Why not shuffle Zeus? What do you mean? The card that removes the Zeus from your extra deck is Diablosis the Mind Hacker, which banishes it face down. So, I mean, you can shuffle your face down banished cards all you want, but you're not gonna get it back. It's gone, brother. It's gone, brother or sister in Christ. It's not, you can't, you know. Hey. All right, anyways, other than that, solid. I'm surprised you managed to fit all that in a 40 card deck without it looking way too weird. Although I'm not sure, actually. Another thing, I don't think I would play two Kashtira Theoses. That's just an input. Something I just thought about. I don't think I would play two Theoses because this card does not do anything on its own. Shubinator, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. So I don't think I would play two Kashtira Theoses or Papayas. I think it's fine to just, because you search it anyways off of Unicorn, and if you don't have a Kashtira, the card is completely dead. So just play one. Maybe avoiding it being milled. Maybe, but I don't think that's that bad of a problem. Like if you Because if you start with the Kashtiras, you already get it out of your deck. If you never start milling, basically. How can I submit a deck? In the Discord. In the Discord, you will easily find it. Just join the Discord, and there you can do it. There's 2 channels. There's one for submissions for all the subscribers, and then there's a regular one for everyone. I will say though, at this point in time, I don't know if we can get through all of them, because as you noticed, I like to give kind of like detailed feedback. So I mean, we've started this like a while ago, and I've only gone over like a couple of decks, because I like to give, you know, in-depth analysis and whatnot. So it takes a while, and we already have a lot of submissions, because I started this. We started submissions on Monday. So, you know, we might not get through all of them if you submit now, but I will try. Anyways, Eleka YGO, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate the support. Yeah, take out the papayas, and then let's move on. Just skip every tier and Kashtira deck. No, I will not, because those are very good decks, and people are going to bring them to the tournaments. So of course I'm going to rate them too. We're not going to look at 10 different ones, but we're going to rate them at some point. But this checks off Kashtira tier. So now if we see Kashtira tier, we don't have to talk about it for that long. Also, let me open up a window. It's getting very warm in here. Did we look at Ishizu tier already? We have not. We've only looked at this Kashtira tier element. Branded. So Branded Bestial would like your thoughts, particularly on how this deck could be improved against Kashtira. It feels like whilst Branded Fusion into Rindworm and Super Poly are strong board breakers against the deck in theory, in practice I rarely win after resolving them. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I absolutely see where you're coming from, and that's because this deck, by nature, right, has a problem against Kashtira. Rarartech, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Joshua now has perfect information.
The reason why I think this deck has problems against Kashtira, which is the fact that it's kind of forced to play all those Bestials. It's kind of forced to play all those Bestials. And which is a blessing in the Ishizu matchup, right? It's a blessing in the tier limit matchup that you have all those Bestials in your deck, and your deck naturally synergizes with them, which is very good. However, what's a blessing in the one matchup is really a curse in the other matchups, because against Flunder and against Kashtira, the Bestials are horrible. So what I suggest you to do, and I know it's a hard thing to do, but what I would suggest you to try is try to focus your main deck only on tier limit. Which is something I know it's hard. I know it feels tough to do this, to give up one matchup completely, but I think if you are trying to build a deck that kind of does the stretch between both matchups, right? Between tier limit and the shifter decks, if you try to cover both of those things in one main deck, I don't think it's going to work out. I do not think it's going to work out. I think you need to focus on what your deck does best in game one. If you're playing a rogue deck like this, you have to focus on its strength. And the strength of Bestials, of Bestial Branded, is not beating Kashtira going second game one. You're never going to do that consistently without completely ruining your deck. Right? You are never going to do that consistently without completely ruining your deck. So I think, screw it. Game one, if you go second, you lose to those decks. Fair enough. Take it. Accept it. If you go first, you're still fine. Your deck's board is still insane, and you're not even that bad against Shifter. Like, you can probably beat Kashtira and Flunder going first. Your deck's okay. But going second, honestly, if they don't break, just give it up. Just give it to them. So, in my opinion, take out Super Poly, because that card is not that strong against tier. It's not bad either, but it's not that good. And definitely play 3 Saroniers. Definitely play 3 Saroniers. That's probably the best Bestial in your deck. Like, next to Magnamud, of course. Honestly, try and fit the 3rd Saronier. Maybe even play more Druisworm. Maybe even play the 3rd Lubellion. I think you can take out Imperm as well. I don't know if you need Foolish and Gold Sark. The deck feels consistent enough, honestly. Although Gold Sark could be fine as a one-off because it can get Tragedy and Merc. Foolish, I guess, is also decent. You can play them if you think it's worth to go over 40 for them. I don't know. I'm not necessarily agree. I think that Talents is really good in Branded as like a 2 to 3 of. I think it's more impactful overall than a single Imperm. So I think Talents is quite the good idea to play. I actually think that Branded, the more I think about it, it might actually be better to play Branded with over 40 cards. And no, hold on. You guys know I'm usually a defender of the 40 cards. You guys know this. I'm not saying this lightly. Hear me out. Hey. The reason why I'm saying this is because Branded you can add if you go over 40 in this deck, you add very good cards to it. You add very high quality cards to it. And honestly, I'm going to tell you why I think it's better to play over 40. The most annoying thing when playing Branded, to me, was specifically drawing this, but even worse, drawing this and drawing this. Those were my biggest problems. Those were my biggest problems when playing this deck. It was so tough to play, especially going second. Going first, it's fine. You draw Regain going first, no problem. You draw Beast going first, no problem. Retribution going first, no problem. Going second, they are awful. Branded in white isn't even that bad because it's technically an extender if you can already play. But I think going further over 40 makes this deck a lot better going second. Because you can just put the 3rd Saronier. Honestly, just play 12 Bestials, dude. Just play 12 Bestials and plus Lubellions. Just run it. Just run it. Just focus on tier. Just focus on tier. Just add 4 more Bestials, dude. Just go 4 more Bestials. I don't care. You're not bricking, dude. You're not bricking. Maybe even try Allure, dude. Maybe try Allure. I don't know. I don't care. I don't care. Try Allure. Give up the Flander and Kashtira matchup game 1. Just be. You're playing Rogue. Despia is a cool deck, but it's a Rogue deck. So give in to that. Don't build your deck like a meta deck. Don't act like your deck can beat everything going second, because it can't. Your deck cannot do that. Your deck is Rogue for a reason. It's not tier 0 for a reason, because it can't beat everything. So don't try to do that, is my advice. So it's a similar approach to what I did with Sprite. If you watch any of my recent Sprite deck profiles, you realize that my main deck always sucked against Flunder. There was like hella Bestials and even Nibiru at some point. My deck sucked against Flunder because Sprite was not the best deck to beat tier and Flunder. It couldn't do that. So I focused on tier and side decked into Flunder, right? And so that's what I advise you to do is don't be hesitant to go over 40, max out the Bestials, maybe try Allure. Try to go over 40 because that means you don't draw Regained, Beast, and Retribution enough. Don't go like 60 because then you don't see Branded Fusion anymore, right? Don't go 60. Don't go there. I don't know, like 45. That's like, I think that's where we're about to like stop. Like maybe 45, maybe 40. I don't know. I don't know what the exact correct number would be, but like I'm just throwing you numbers here. I'm throwing you a curveball. I'm giving you a one-time free pass to go over 40. So enjoy. And then your side deck, of course, has to be focused on Kashtira and Flunder. So, and you've already done that. You've already done a good job at doing that to an extent, right? I don't know what the dimensional barriers are doing here. don't quite understand that one. I mean, I guess calling XYZ against Kashtira is fine, but I like that you already did. You have Nibiru, which, in my opinion, in this deck, you could even. Oh, what about this? What about this, chat? What if we played the 12 Bestials and we main decked Nibiru in Despia? Hear me out. Because now, if we have a Bestial plus Nibiru, we can stop Rule Kalos from coming out, and then we just nib tier real hard. But also, we have a... If we go second against Kashtira, we suddenly have an auto-win button. We suddenly have an auto-win button where if we draw Nibiru, the chances... Like, if we lose the die roll against Kashtira, suddenly the chances are not 0. They are here. We have chances. So consider that. Consider that. We have an auto-win button in that sense. So if your deck is still consistent enough with a bunch of Bestials and Nibiru, I think you could try that. Of course, your deck is going to be horrible against Flunder. You have to cite like a billion cards against Flunder. But I think that's not the worst idea in the world. Because even in some matchups, like, you can fuse the Nibiru away with like Branded in red or Branded in white. It's not a given that you will never be able to use it. So you can pitch it for Lubellion, eh? If there's a deck that can handle, like, if there's a deck out there that can handle a dead draw, I think it's Branded. So maybe consider that idea. And then honestly, just run the most freaking toxic side deck against Flunder ever. Because if you're maining 12 Bestials and 3 Nibirus, you don't have to side anything against Kashtira, against Tearlament. You just do that, right? So you just like run it that way. Maybe you like, and then you have Eclipse, you have Zombie Worlds, which you could even play more than that. Honestly, I think you would probably play a third Zombie World and maybe even a second Banshee. Like, just go OD on Flunder. And for Kashtira, I don't think you should be playing Lightning Storm. I think you should be playing cards like unfortunately, Talents and such are not as good against Kashtira in this deck because you can't Zeus. What's like a good going second card against Kashtira? You could play Kurikara. I don't hate Kurikara. Kurikara seems nice. We already have Eclipse, though. Lava Golem is playable in this deck. Evenly is okay. Yeah. Consider those. Maybe Lancea, which is good against Flunder and Kashtira. Maybe Dark Ruler. Book of Lunar Eclipse. Yeah, just some advice. So this is what I would... This is my general approach that I would try with Branded. Did you see Jesse Cotton's video with the Punk Insect combo with Diabolantis? I saw it, but if you want my reaction to it, I've just received lunch. If you want my reaction to the Jesse Cotton Diabolantis video, we can watch it. Because I saw it this morning, but if you want my input on it, I can provide it. If that's what you want me to see, to watch during the lunch break, then we can do that right now. Yep, okay. All right. Which, by the way, if you haven't noticed yet, Jesse Cotton has started YouTube and Twitch as well, which is very pog. And I'm gonna link you the channel right now. Hold up. I'm gonna link you the channel after we've watched the video. So it is a quick lunch break because I need to, you know, food needs to enter the body at some point in time, and we're gonna react to the Diabolantis combo video, which I have already seen, but I'm down to explain to you what I think about it exactly. Hold up.
Hello duelists, welcome back to the channel. Today I'm going to be sharing with
I'm gonna drop you the link right now.
Insect Punk deck and combo that
if you haven't subscribed
to
Jesse's
now,
channel, there you go.
With the final
Hold up, this is very low.
Announcements for Photon Hypernova. We know the full set list. When we go into the
How's the
last
volume?
couple weeks, we don't know every single card in the set because there's 20 cards left up to TCG exclusives or for OCG imports. And there were two specific cards, one OCG import and one TCG exclusive, that got me inspired to look at this deck. So let me go into this quickly with you guys. Before I continue, if you guys like this type of video, please subscribe, like, turn on the notification, and give me a comment down below. Also, please go check out tsx1.com and use the code potato10 for a 10% discount on your sleeves.
Can I link a Twitch? You can also link the Twitch. Yeah. I'm sure the link is also in the video
so the first card here is an OCG import, Queen Butterfly Danae.
So yes, you're seeing this right. We're using the anus. We are actually using the anus, which that one caught me off guard. I did not think we were going to use the anus.
Insects with 2800 attack and 1900 defense. The defense actually matters, and I'll explain later in the combo. If you control this normal summoner set card, quick effect, you can target up to 3 level 4 lower insect monsters in the graveyard, change this card's attack to 0, and if you do, special summon those monsters, but their effects are negated. Only its effect once per turn. Okay, so this is essentially soul charge for insects, and a lot of insects have effects in the graveyard that are not once per turn. So this card can generate a lot of value really quickly, and it has to be normal summoner set. However, this set introduces another monster that lets you give insects an extra summon, and you already have Beat Trooper Armorhorn. So with this deck getting 3 normal summons per turn, you can actually summon this card normally, like pretty often, and then trigger a soul charge like effect. And that's kind of where the combo comes from. And the second new card, what kind of brings the start of the combo together, is Diabolantis, the Menacing Mantis. This card is a TCG exclusive card, and this card is sick because it brings us good level 8 synchro that generates some advantage. It is generic synchro, however its effect not really usable for every deck, it's just for insects and plants. This card is synchro summon. You can send insect and or plant monsters from your deck to the graveyard up to the number of non-tuners you used as material for this card's synchro summon. If you control the synchro summon card, you can target an insect or plant on the field and treat it as a tuner at the end of the turn. It only uses each effect once per turn. Okay, so this card is very strong because you can put Gokipole or Nitrine Mole Cricket or Aetherion Lily Borea in the grave, and it gives you another level 8 synchro that is strong since Chaos Ruler has been banned. Now, this is kind of locked in a specific deck, so it's not super neutral like Chaos Ruler was, but that's fine. Otherwise, other level 8 synchros, we only really have Chixiao and Boxia, and those are also just level or locked into specific archetypes. So I guess I'll show you guys what I'm talking about with this deck. So this level 8 synchro is a starter card. It is something you're going to want to use early on in the combo, and that is why we're playing punk cards in this insect deck. You're going to do the normal thing you would have done with Chaos Ruler, just get it out for free without using a normal summon and generating.
Hold up. One thing that I need to pay attention to, because I didn't see that the first time around, is does this also work if we start with normal summon Zeamin? Because I know we need multiple normal summons later, so I need to pay attention to that. If it would also work if we start with a normal summon, or if it has to be teleport, because that's crucial to how good this combo is.
Another body in the process. So this should all be standard at this point.
Because I'm gonna be honest, this is my first thought, is like, it's every combo video that starts with teleport into Xiamin has a very high potential to be very gimmicky, because look, hey, being able to spam out whatever you want with teleport into Xiamin is like, you've always been able to do hella shit with that. But yeah.
And now instead of Chaos Ruler like you would have before, you make the Diabolantis. Now we can send it one insect or plant from deck to grave, and we bring back Xiamin. So I misclick here, but I'm sending Gokipole, and then you can add an Earth Insect, or you can add level 4 Insect from your deck to your hand. I'll be adding Retaliating Sea. This can give us even more value. Now, Gokipole...
Bro, he's brave. If I misclick in a replay while preparing it for a video, I restart. I can't do it. I can't do it because it throws me off when talking about the combo. I always have to restart.
Is once per turn, but Retaliating Sea isn't, so it's important to fill your grave with those cards that aren't once per turn so we can get that soul charge bonus later. Now I get that normal summon off, and we make our Circle of Fairy. This is another card from Photon Hypernova, but it's not one of the imports. And during your main phase, you can normal summon an insect or plant in addition to normal summoner set. Another fact not important for now, but you can go ahead and read it if you like. And then we get to add Resonance Insect. Again, this one is not once per turn, and it has another effect where if it's banished, you send an insect from deck to grave. So you're going to use another...
Okay, here we have a normal summon, but it's an extra normal summon of this card. So we technically still have our normal
summon here and make Beat Trooper Armorhorn. So we're
so
gonna
up
have
until
one
this
other normal
point,
summon now,
we could have also done the same thing with a normal summon Xiamin.
And we get to add level 5 or higher insect, so we can just get that soul charge insect we talked about earlier, the Queen. Now we can double tribute and bring back 3 monsters, and we have 2 of those that'll give us searches. So Retaliating Sea, Resonance...
Wait, no, we normal summoned Retaliating Sea. Wait, so what do we do? What do we do if we have to normal summon the Armin? Like, what is the combo if we go normal summon the Armin, get Foxy Tune, summon Deer Note, make Diabolantis? We
Insect and Goki Paw. Goki Paw we already used.
just draw
But that's
Italy.
fine.
All right,
The others will
noted.
still give us plenty of value. And we're going to make Cross Sheep here because we will be fusion summoning at some point with another card from Photon Hypernova that wasn't an exclusive or an import. You get both searches here. You want to add a Resonance Insect off the Retaliating Sea, and then either Sting Lancer or Doom Dozer. You'll add the other one later in the combo. Now we can use the Armor Horn to summon itself by banishing 3. It's just a free body, and it also banishes Resonance Insect to put one in the grave, and it's important to send any insect you'd like to revive with Cross Sheep, and in this combo we're going to be using Gale Dogra. It could be Mole Cricket, it could be Resonance Insect again, whatever you really want to do with this deck. I'm going to link those off, and I'm going to...
Gale Dogra is also a red flag in any combo video. Jakey Nader, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back.
Summon Insector Piccolo Fena. So on summon, you discard a card to equip a monster or an insect to another monster you control, and it gets 500 attack and defense. So this is important because we need this guy's defense to be above 2000 and for it to have an equip card. Also, by equipping Resonance Insect, it'll get the effect again to search when it goes to the grave. Now we can tribute the butterfly and summon the Insect Colossus. It's nowhere near as good, but it's still similar. Also from Photon Hypernova, it reads, must first be either special by fusion summoned or special summoned by tributing an insect with 2000 or more defense while equipped with an equip card. Only special summon the Great Moth or the Great Insect once per turn, and then there's some other
Okay,
effects.
so this
that are
card
okay,
is
but
completely not exciting. It's just about triggering Cross Sheep and getting the Resonance
not super
Insect.
relevant
into
to what
the
we're
grave.
doing. What is important though is it's level 9, and this will matter for later on in the combo.
level 9
and here we
too.
get the Resonance Insect again, and we'll get the other card I talked about, and it'll be Sting Lancer. This is just going to be an interrupt. It's not going to be used for the rest of the combo. And because we summoned a fusion, Cross Sheep will also trigger and bring back whatever we sent off the first Resonance Insect. So we get back the Gale Dogra, we get the Sting Lancer. Now we can go Gale Dogra stuff and set up a Schism. It could be something else as well, but this I think is just the strongest. Getting a draw is also nice. So yep, we get a draw card and we get Schism. You have to discard a card, but not a big deal. Now we can go Doom Dozer and banishing Resonance Insect from our grave. I banished 2 here. You probably should only banish 1 because you only have 1 more good graveyard effect to send this turn. The next turn, if you use Resonance Insect again, then you can send Goki Pull and activate its effects. But this turn, because you've already used it, you wouldn't get that free value. So mismanagement of resources on my end here, but not important to the combo. Now here we can summon Elf, and Elf will bring back any insect or any level 2, so you get back
Right
the Gale
combo.
Dogra. This is important because I'm making Appaloosa, but getting the Elf up top just gives you more security from stuff like Impermanence. I have Appaloosa here, and this is just, you know, the start of the good combo. We have Schism Appaloosa already. And now one card I sent off Resonance Insect just now that I forgot to mention is this card, the Crown Armor Perer Bigram. Another new card.
This you sent this with Resonance, right? And it comes, it's Block Dragon.
From Photon Hypernova. It's pretty much Dragon Ruler for this deck, or Block Dragon. It is worse, but it's still very strong. And it's level 9, so we can make a rank 9 with the other fusion. And it can be summoned from the hand or grave by banishing 3 insect and or plants from your hand or graveyard. And then your opponent cannot activate monsters in response to the activation of your spell and trap cards. That's super cool because you can just they can't
BFD.
bestial you if they
BFD.
held it for some reason. But either way, you're actually gonna get this card off the field. That's not gonna matter. That effect's not super important. And then also you can blow up the entire field except for insects and plants. Honestly, it doesn't matter. It's a good beater in the late game, but the main thing I want to use it for here is the free level 9 summon that we can then overlay for a new rank 9. You could make Sacred Tree Beast Hyperiton here, which is from like Blazing Vortex or whatever, but instead I'm going to make the new rank 9 from Photon Hypernova that I think is really, really strong, but no one talks about it because it's a generator card, and that is, I don't even know the name, Leviathan Generator Boss's Shadows. So what it does is all monsters your opponent controls lose 1000 attack and defense. That's already good enough for...
This reminds me of one of those crazy Table 500 combos from Farfrost channel. Because it is pretty much that. It is still very impressive to come up with that. It is still very cool and everything, but I think that with the amount of, like, first of all, I think it only works with teleport. I think it only works with teleport, but it's the amount of like bricks you need to play, the amount of like stuff, like we're searching Schism, Doom Dozer, Gale Dogra, the level 9 insect, Retaliating Sea, like we're playing so many like, you know,
because now it's hard for them to swing over stuff like Wunda, Appaloosa, and Elf. This specifically matters because Field Spell, Pearl Rhino plus Sharon can attack over Wunda. Now,
so while it is very cool to figure out, I don't think it has for now. I don't think it has any applications in like real games, in real Yu-Gi-Oh. Oops.
Can't. That is very important. But also Leviathan has another effect where quick effect, you contribute this Exceed summon card, special summon a non-fairy generator Exceed from your extra deck, and then you can attach cards in the field and or grave to it as material up to the number of materials this card had. So you can summon Jormungandr. Jormungandr is an okay card, but the main thing is that Leviathan clears 2 cards off your opponent's field or graveyard, and it can be cards, it can be monsters. It's great removal or graveyard disruption, and that's really, really strong. And that's one thing that the field kind of doesn't have, because you're going to end on a floodgate and negate graveyard disruption already. Now you have field removal as well. It kind of just has everything. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. We have the Schism now for Wunda, and we have the Sting Lancer in hand as well. This is a pretty strong combo. You can follow this combo up by, instead of Sting Lancer, adding the Hercules monster, the Bee Trooper, to shuffle back banished cards to kind of keep going for the next turn. But I think this is a good place to kind of start with. If we're toying around with this type of deck. It's Synchro, Punk, Insect.
What it does do is it showcases the potential of the cards, which is nice, right? I think this overall, in my opinion, is never really gonna make it into competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, I don't see myself or many other people ever entering a tournament with this Insect combo Punk deck, simply because it's a little bit too gimmicky. It is still very cool to come up with it, and it definitely showcases that. It definitely showcases that the cards have some potential in them, and that you can if you can probably just like play a few less bricks, play a few less engine requirements, and end on a slightly less board maybe, and then you have like more flexibility in like non-engine cards and whatnot, and maybe then you could end with a deck that's actually like could actually enter a tournament.
Combo
right?
deck. I can show you guys what I have for the moment, but it is very, very beta, and I built this in like an hour. This is what my deck is looking like right now. Yes.
Okay. So once again, looking at that combo, I do not see how it works without teleport. I don't think Zeamin does it, simply because you don't have the normal summon to summon the Retaliating Sea after you've made Diabolantis. Foxy Tune? Foxy Tune does not do it. Foxy Tune, the reason why Foxy Tune doesn't do it is because if you go Foxy Tune summon Zeamin, you have no way of getting Deer Node onto the field. You need like 2 punks basically. You have to have 2 punks. Any 2 punks do it, but 1 punk does not. Right? 1 punk does not. So it has to be teleport or 2 punks. And even that is like, for each hand trap your opponent has, you need to have like an additional combo piece basically. Like if they Ash teleport, you need another teleport or 2 punks. Like it's. And also, I mean, going second, hey, we have Veiler, Ash, Imperm, which is like 9 slots, which isn't the end of the world. Like 9 slots plus Contact Sea and Retaliating Sea, which are kind of hand traps. Hey, and I don't know. But still, yeah.
There's only 13 cards in the extra deck, and that is because I haven't decided what I want for those last 2 spots. The deck is still extremely new for me, and these ratios could be terrible. But I'm still kind of figuring out how I want this deck to run, and I figured the main point I want to get across is you can play some hand traps while spamming out your level 8 Synchro to start your combos, getting into your Soul Charge Insect, and then ending.
Now, if there was maybe an alternative line that works, if I just have Zeamin, right? Maybe there's like an alternative line with just Zeamin that's also kind of good. If that was the case, I'd be down, right? If we could go like Zeamin into Diablosis, into Revive Foxy Tune, like that's 2 8s. Maybe we can do something with that. And then we can like send Goki Pole, add something cool to our hand that we don't need to normal summon. That'd be okay. But you grab an Insect Extender But it's not here. There's no insect extender here, right? Yo, Ryzariak, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Glad you enjoyed the stream. So far, I like it. It's very creative. It's a cool combo, cool concept. But I think this deck, in this form, focusing on this combo, I don't think is ever going to be viable. Which doesn't mean that it's a bad video. I think the point is just I think it's a very good video. The point that it brings across is this is the full potential that these cards have, right? This is the full potential that these cards have. And maybe if you reduce a couple of engine requirements, if you play around with it a little bit, if you try and find other combos, maybe you can find something that's actually worth playing in competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Because some of these insect cards are really good, right? Resonance Insect, Goki Pole, Retaliating Sea, the new Block Dragon from Wish, like those cards are actual like solid insect cards, and maybe you can build a deck around this, right? Resonance Insect is very broken, so yeah, I enjoyed this. Speaking of which, you guys are mentioning it already. Pack made a video on this. Pack made a video on this too, and I think the video that Pack made has a much more has pretty much exactly what I was talking about, a more realistic way of actually playing the deck. So I'm gonna quickly show that too.
One of my favorite decks in the TCG is a Punk deck, and as you guys know, the Gold Pride archetype was just recently announced, and I figured that there would be some really cool synergy there.
No, Pack tried to pair it with Punks, with Gold Prides as well. But I don't think you need to do that either. I'm going to talk about that in a second.
Gold Pride monsters are able to summon themselves if your opponents have more life points than you do. And the Punk cards are able to reduce your life points down so that you are able to essentially special summon these Gold Pride monsters from the hand for free. So let me show you guys some of the testing that I was able to do live on stream at twitch.tv/PackTCG. So if you guys would like to check more of this content live, you can go check me out there. But let's jump into the video and the deck itself. All right, guys, so let's
Josh anti-pride question mark. No, that's not what I said.
Let's jump right into the video. And
I am pro-pride,
some of the combos,
but just not the gold variety.
First thing we're going to be doing is we're going to activate Emergency Teleport to summon Zaman from our deck. We're going to use Zaman's effect to pay 16 life points to grab Foxatoon. And then we're going to use Foxatoon's effect to send itself to the graveyard, and we're going to probably dump the Gold Pride Captain Carry. The main reason is because we can summon the Leon at the end of our combo to bring back the carry, so we actually don't need it in our hand.
Why is Pack so timid? I did times 1.25.
And that's going to be able to summon us our Deer Note, okay? So we're going to synchro summon the Zaman and the Deer Note in order to make a new monster that's out in, it's a TCG exclusive actually, the Diablantis, the Menace.
And now I think this combo here does not actually need to be teleport. This combo completely works off of a normal summon Zeamin.
Mantis,
which is why I like this one a little bit more.
Allows it to send a insect or a plant monster from your deck to the graveyard.
Now he did start with teleport, but I don't think you had to.
So because we use one non-tuner for the synchro summon, we're able to foolish any plant or insect. We're gonna use Deer Note to bring back the Foxatoon, and then we're gonna use the Mantis to foolish a Borea. Now the way we're gonna recover that card back from the graveyard is to overlay these two into a gigantic champion Sargus. Shout out to Jesse for showing me this combo. And this card says it's that when it has a material, we're able to add any Spriggans or Therian card from our deck to our hand. So we're going to be able to use this card to...
It's funny that Jesse showed him that. And then Pack made the video on this combo, which is, I think, actually the more competitive combo.
Actually add Regulus to our hand. And then special summon Regulus by equipping the Borea from our graveyard. We're going to use, Regulus effect to copy Borea by sending Borea to the graveyard to add our Therion Colosseum to our hand. And then afterwards, we're going to use that effect to add a Therion... Empress to our hand, or if you don't want to discard anything, you can add Foom as well. Okay, but I'm going to show you both lines. So if you add Alicia, you can special summon Alicia. Okay, so I'm just going to put this like somewhere else for now. But you're going to use Alicia to equip the Borea, and then we can discard a card from our hand. So let's say Baldric to summon the Borea from the Spell and Trap Zone, because that's the effect of Empress. And then we're going to actually overlay both of these into a Felgrand. We can then
and now you get nibbed.
use Felgrand's effect to detach itself. A Regulus to negate itself and make it unaffected by the card effect, which actually triggers Sargus, which says if a material is detached from a monster on the field, you can target one card on the field and either destroy it or return it to hand. So we're going to target the Lily to bounce it back to her hand. And then because we haven't actually used Lily's first effect to summon, we can actually special summon her effect now by equipping the Regulus from the graveyard. And because we have a normal summon yet, we can go Leon's effect. We can actually special summon Leon for free.
You don't need to normal summon Leon.
Our life points are...
So this is where I think you can stop talking about this combo because you don't need gold prides in this. I think you were just, I mean, we were, I think we were trying to do something with gold pride as we wanted to, but technically, this is already like not a bad board off of what was just one Zeamin, right? One Zeamin, normal summoned or by teleport, ends on Sargas, Borea, equipped by Regulus, and Felgrand, which is a solid. That's a damn solid board, and it enables you can use the level 8 synchro now to enable all your Therions, because that's what they did beforehand. That was the entire synergy of Punk Therion, right? The entire synergy of Punk Therion was that you use the Punk engine to make a level 8 synchro, which enables your Therions, which was Chaos Ruler, right? Chaos Ruler was that you were hoping to mill a Therion and a good light or dark to add to your hand, and then keep playing with Therions. Now, Diabolantis doesn't give you a card in hand, right? It doesn't add a light or dark from your deck to your hand. It doesn't mill 5, but in a much more consistent way, it always gives you the quote-unquote best Therion to have in the graveyard, which is Lily Borea, right? Having Lily Borea in the graveyard immediately from a level 8 synchro is great, right? And so this is one of the ways I can definitely see Diabolantis being used. Now, this is not going to be the best deck right now. Like, no shot you're going to play Punk Therion after Photon Hypernova. But a combo like this really nicely showcases the potential of Diabolantis in an archetype that already exists, right? So that's cool. I like this concept. I like this idea. Now, of course, we move on and we do some gold pride combos, which are like
Zamin's effect to actually target carry.
Of course you can. They have very natural synergy with the Punk cards, but honestly, I would if I was gonna try and build this deck right now, I would probably just throw in non-engine and keep it as that. Like, I would rather pair this board up with like hand traps than gold prides, right? But it's like it's valid to try this.
To secret summon into Leon. So this is pretty neat because on our opponent's
But I'd rather play like non-engine.
we have a bunch of cool disruptions. Okay, so
I'd rather play non-engine.
But we have Regulus' effect because it's equipped to Borea. Borea gains effect to negate. So you can negate. You have the effect of Felgrand to negate a card on their field, which triggers
Watch MBT's Springgan's 10-minute testing. Not today. Today I wanna move on with the deck doctor in a bit after this.
If your opponent, like, you can target face monster your opponent controls, and because your life points are low, then your opponent, you can pop that card. So you can pop.
But maybe tomorrow.
And then if a normal rushes this monster, you can destroy it and pick 3 gold prime monsters from your deck and summon one of them. Okay, and then pop it. So that's another pop. And if you get lucky and summon Leon, what you can do is you can actually trigger Leon effect to target a gold prime monster in our graveyard, which is going to be a carry, and then chain the effect to immediately secret summon using only gold prime monsters you control, which is going to be the Leon and both the Leons. And you're able to make another form of interaction, which is going to be the Shen. And we'll summon back a carry, and then carry will grab you another follow-up, which is another trap card. So it's like a bunch of disruptions off, not too many cards. It's technically off 1 Zamin and like 2 discards. So this is kind of like the board that I've been, just experimenting with the combo and whatnot. It's also really cool because we haven't really gotten to play Felgrand in a minute. So yeah, so this is pretty much the combo. Let me know in the comment section below if you guys have a better combo or have any other ideas on what you would do with the cards. This is kind of like my initial draft of like, after talking with Chad and then Twitch and like figuring out like the lines. But maybe if you guys have a better combo, definitely let me know because I am interested to try to figure out something new and then maybe experiment on it and make it better. Now let's look into the deck, right? So this is kind of like the deck I have right now. I basically have the Punk engine all the way on the top with max out copies of Aemon, Foxy Toon, Teleport, Ogre Dancer, Deer Note.
Okay.
So 11 card Punk engine, and then I played the 1 Coliseum for like to search, and then all these like Deer cards, all the one because they're searchable. I play Nitro Head because it's a really good level 8 extender that can help you make Sargus, which is pretty nice. But it also has a really good effect where you can summon a Nitro token to your opponent's field.
Yeah, the Nitro Head actually could make sense in the deck regardless of if you're playing the other gold prides. Because like Nitro Head feels weird in the way that it doesn't have that much synergy with gold pride, but it's just a generically okay card in Punk because you pay for the Punks, and then you just have a free level 8 body. Which can make Sargas.
So it's really good against the Cashier matchup, and then this effect can pop adjacent.
The gold pride combo was hard drawing Leon and carry, yeah, basically, which is why I don't like it. I don't think you should be using the gold prides in this. I think it's totally fine to play around with Punk, Therion, hand traps, and incorporate the Mantis combo into the deck. I think that is fine. I think that's absolutely fine. And maybe you play the Nitro Head because you pay life points anyways. So that it's just a free level 8 extender into Sargas or maybe what other, like maybe you can even like, you could play freaking, what's it called? If you have the Nitro Head, like, let me see, hold up. Can't we hypothetically, let's say we are at this spot where we normally make Felgrand, right? Normally we make Felgrand here. Imagine we have Nitro Head as an extender. We can just make Coach King draw 3. Hey, I'm just saying. Coach King Bearman or Giant Trainer, whatever it's called. That thing draws 3 cards, dude. That thing draws 3 cards. So if you play like a hand trap deck, drawing 3 cards is very powerful. That's very powerful. In my book. Hey. So I think there is something here with Punk and using, I think that is the most likely way. That is the most likely way that this new card is going to see play. The Diabolantis is in some form of Punk. But I think we shouldn't go as crazy of a combo, as wild of a combo board as, for example, Jesse's combo, right? Because it is while it looks very fancy, very, very fancy and is very cool to figure out, I think it's not as applicable to Yu-Gi-Oh, like competitive Yu-Gi-Oh. Whereas a more simplistic approach like this one is cool. How does Pac make his DB look different? There is like, I don't know exactly, but there's like extensions for certain browsers where you can apply your own CSS to a website and change its look. I'm assuming that's what it is. You have to be able to code for it, or you have to have someone who can code. But I was thinking about doing that for mine as well, but I haven't done it yet. But yeah, that's my take on these 2 videos. But it's cool that it showcases the use of Diabolantis because it is a good card. All right. And with that, lunch break is over. And we continue deck doctoring. Because I'm going to tell you, we still have a bunch to go through. Did I miss a Plunder Patrol list? You have not yet missed a Plunder Patrol list, no. We have another Sprite list. This one is a little more unconventional. Now, there's a few cards here that I would not recommend you to use in the main deck. Those cards are mainly... I do not recommend Feather Duster. I do not recommend Feather Duster in Sprite because it is way too... It's not that good. It's just not that good against the current decks. It doesn't hit Kashtira. It doesn't really hit Flu that hard. It's not bad against Flu, but hey, they chain Dreaming Town. They lose the field spell, but they still have Statue, Emp, and Apex. So, like, it's not that good. Against Tier, you might think at first glance that it's really nice to pop Saliak. The problem is, once again, if you pop Saliak with Feather Duster, they just replace it with Havnus or Tearlaman's Kashtira. So they still get another mill 3 out of it. So if anything, it should be Cosmic Cyclone in that case. But I wouldn't recommend Feather Duster in general. I also would not recommend... I know some people disagree on this. I've seen this being a thing in quite a few decks. I personally would never recommend main decking it Double Cross. I only main it because of locals. I mean, yeah, fair enough. If the metagame in your area is like a lot of rogue, then that might not apply. I'm talking like from super high competitive, expecting like Tier, Flunder, Kashtira, some Sprite. I think from that perspective, I wouldn't recommend Feather Duster. But if your meta in your area is different, that's something that only you know, and then it's fine maybe. But in general, I wouldn't recommend Feather Duster. And I would also never recommend Double Cross in the main deck. Now, Double Cross would be an okay card to play in a format where you can afford to draw the card going second. If you can afford to draw the card going second, then it's fine. I don't think that is the case right now. I went 6-0 with this at regionals the past weekend. Well, yeah, first of all, congratulations. And it's not a bad list. It's not a bad list. With a little bit of luck, I think you can definitely go undefeated in regionals. Like, well, absolutely well done. It's not horrible to play Feather Duster by no means. Like, I'm not saying it's impossible to win a tournament if you play Feather Duster, but we're really trying to shoot for like something that feels optimal in my opinion. And I don't think Feather Duster is optimal. And only because you go undefeated in a tournament doesn't mean that everything was 100% correct. Not to say that everything is wrong here. It's just saying that, like, even when it's very important in general in Yu-Gi-Oh, or like in life even, like, you know, to evaluate things the right way. Only because you won doesn't mean you did everything correctly and played everything perfectly. And also, only because you lost doesn't mean that you made a mistake or that you know, whatever. Like, it's very important. It's one of the biggest things for improving at a game is to find your mistakes even when you win, and to also, like, do a good job at analyzing your own losses and wins correctly. That's one of the biggest things, in my opinion, is knowing what you could have done better, both in winning and in losing situations. And so, I mean, going 6-0 at a regional is great, but of course you want to be able to make sure that you can do that again and as consistently as possible. So you're trying to shoot for, like, optimal decisions, of course. Asks for advice, rejected. I didn't feel like they were rejecting advice. That was not the vibe I was getting. I'm just, like, further explaining why even when, like, you go undefeated at a tournament, that doesn't mean that I did not have that vibe that they were rejecting the advice. That's not that's not why I said that. So it's all good. But at the end of the day, I just brought forward the reasons why I don't think, like, for example, Feather Duster is a good card in the main deck right now, and you can either agree with that or disagree with that. But if the logic makes sense, then if you're trying to make an optimal deck, then you're gonna, like, I personally would take it out. Reckless, thank you for the Prime. Welcome back, appreciate you. And Double Cross is the same thing. Of course, Double Cross is a hell of a strong card when you go first. I like Double Cross a lot. I think it's a good card. My problem with Sprite Double Cross is that it feels horrible to draw going second, and that when you go first, it's not like Double Cross is 100% necessary because Sprite Smashers exists, right? Sprite Smashers is, when you go first, it's a weaker card than Double Cross, 100%, but it's still good, right? It's still good to go first turn full combo, search Smashers instead of Double Cross. That's still a hell of a solid situation. You don't need Double Cross, in my opinion, when you go first. Most of the time, you shouldn't need Double Cross, is what I would say. Especially if you play Pixies to back up your board. If you play Pixies to back up your board, then you probably never need Double Cross. If you use your interactions correctly. Sprite Smashers should always be enough, but still, I see a lot of people pivoting towards Double Cross, which I feel like happens a lot because they use their interactions incorrectly and they feel like they need it, right? Because they experience, like, oh, I'm losing games when I search Smashers because I'm using my interruptions incorrectly, so I should get for Double Cross so my board gets even stronger so I can't possibly lose. Which is, in my opinion, not the right way to go about it, because I'm telling you, normally Smashers is enough. But Double Cross is a card that I think is fine in the side deck. The only way I could ever see main decking Double Cross is if you play Thrusting. If you play Thrusting, I will excuse you for playing Double Cross. That's fine, in my opinion. Like, if you play it as a target for Thrusting in case you get hand trapped when going first, that's fine. But there's no Thrusting in this list, so I wouldn't play the Double Cross in the main deck. And then the other card that I absolutely don't like in the main deck is Gamma Burst. I honestly feel like I've only ever played Gamma Burst together with Shifter, and I've never played it without Shifter. I don't really agree with Gamma Burst at all. Now, everything else in the main deck I think is fine. But Feather Duster, Double Cross, and Gamma Burst, I think you would be much better off just having 3 other non-engine cards. Those could be Prosperity for consistency, Talents, you could play more Bestials, you could play the third Nib with 2 more Bestials, you could play a Lubellion, which I think is a cool card to play. There's plenty of options, all of them are fine. But I think those 3 cards are better off as more impactful non-engine cards, because That's what Sprite really needs, I think. Sprite really needs strong non-engine in the format, and just rely on its key tools that it already has. Now, the side deck here, first of all, it's crazy that you're playing Featherstorm for a crossout designator. There has to be some person, at your locals that hurt you real bad for you to go crossout with Harpy's Featherstorm. There has to be something about, like... You have to be like that. You have to be deeply traumatized by Fluandereeze to put Crossout and Harpy's Featherstorm into your deck. I'm sorry, dude. It was the most represented deck at our regionals. Okay, yeah, well that makes sense then. Hey, my deepest thoughts and prayers go out to you, but normally I wouldn't recommend playing Featherstorm for Crossout unless you think like everyone in the room is playing Flunder with Harpy's Featherstorm. Well, yeah. Anyways, the extra deck is fine. The side deck seems to be a little biased towards Flunder, but then I'm bringing forward the question. If Flunder is really the most represented deck, then why is this your main deck solution, right? Why is it Bystials and Druid Swarm in the main deck if there's more Flunder than Tier? Also, tell me where that regional was so I can never go to that city. Like, I'm gonna try and avoid that city at all cost, because, hey, I need to know. I need to know where I should not go. Like, that's just asking for a friend. Very important. But yeah. Overall, there's not much wrong with this list. I just feel like it can be slightly optimized, but it's like there's only so much you can really do wrong or right with Sprite. It's like relatively standard, and for the most part, this is still a good job. Dreaming Town Regional. All right. Now I've lost. Wait, where was I? Oh god. Okay, here. All right, now we have the first meta sheep. Nilmi's Ishizu Tier. Bought with a Kashtira package. However, wait, I'm confused. Wait, why is there's no target for Unicorn? Oh, read text on Discord. Ishizu Tier, main Fenrir and Unicorn. Probably gonna change that by more Ishizu and might put one of them or both inside, and I'm still maining 3 Bystials. I'd like your opinion on the side and main deck ratios, what could be changed. Other card that I consider, Agido, Orange Light, Kash Tier, Nib, Lancia, Dark Ruler, Super Poly. If I manage to get them for Lyon, for Triple Tactics Thrust. If I add Kash Tier, should I main Fenrir? Planning to bring this at Lyon. But hey, there's no explanation for the Unicorn still. Or did I miss it? Did I misread something? Did I misread something? So what was the reasoning for the Unicorns? Banish Kick Call. Yeah, but like it doesn't have a search target. So you were trying to see if Unicorn on its own is good enough? Is that what you would say? It's like you are aware that there's no target for it. You were just trying to see if it's good enough to play. Okay. In that case, I think you like, okay, Unicorn is a good card on its own. I'll give you that. So it's not completely like it's not stupid. The reason why I think that doesn't quite work out right now is because for each, like, it's a cool tech idea. But for things like that, for if you're trying to make a meta call like this, you have to always pick the right moment to do it. And I'm telling you right now why it's not the right moment to do it this time around is because people are already going to play 2 of the extra deck stuff. People are already going to play 2 of the extra deck stuff anyways because of Kashtira, right? So your unicorn is never going to be able to rip their only Kid Kalos. Like, this could have actually been a fine thing to do this format before Photon Hypernova. I don't hate this idea to just go like, I'm going to play unicorn, I'm going to summon unicorn in the mirror match, and if they start playing, they lose their only Kid Kalos, right? That's fair. That's not a bad idea, right? That's not a bad idea, but after Photon Hypernova, everyone is going to play 2 anyways. So it kind of loses some value there. But yes, so I think it's fine to play unicorn, but then you play a full Kashtira version, right? You play Birth, Theosis, the field spell, you know. So, but if this is supposed to be pure Tearlaments, I think you can easily take out all the unicorns, probably even the Fenrirs. You should definitely play the new. You should play the new Tearlaments Kashtira. You should play the new Tearlaments Kashtira. You know what? One thing we were gonna do one thing instead of talking about each individual. Instead of talking about each individual Ishizu tier that everyone submits, where is it? Tier. I'm gonna show you this, which I've already shown you in the past. And I'm just gonna explain to you which cards I'm considering for the pure Ishizu tier that I am most likely to bring to YCS Lyon. And I'm going to explain to you what I think the advantages and disadvantages of each individual cards are. Now, the pretty much what I consider to be the minimum, the staples that you should be playing is probably, wait, hold on. Probably something like these 31 cards should be in your deck every time. Up until the Saliak. I don't have enough room. Hold up. Let me remove this. Let me put... There's not enough room for everything. You get what I mean. Everything until the Saliak. Let me remove the extra deck cards. Then it fits. So I'm just going to show you this instead of going over each individual Ishizu tier. I think these 31 cards should be in your Ishizu tier deck no matter what. If you are playing pure Ishizu tier. And all of these cards down here are very solid options. And I'm going to be 100% honest here. I'm going to be 100% honest. I am currently, as of now, not really considering any other cards for my deck for Ishizu tier. Except for these cards down here. I don't think there's any, there's no other card. What if I can't get cashed here? I mean, if you can't get it, you can't play it, but I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. It depends how important it is to you, but like the card is not going to... I think the card is going to be like 15 to 20. So like, I think it's... I don't know. The vendors are going to have it at the venue. So, yeah. What do you replace it with? I mean, you can just play the deck like it was before. You can just play any of these other cards down here. It's fine. Like, you can play more Bystials. You can play more Talents. You can play more Agidos, whatever. Like, whatever you don't play already, you can replace it with. It's not bad. But I would really try and get at least one. I would really try and get at least one as a search target. Because when your Saliak gets milled or your Saliak gets popped or whatever, you really want to be able to find that card. You really want to be able to search that card if you already have Havness or if you just want it. Like, it's very important. Do you consider 2 Scream? I think 2 Scream is staple, dude. Like, you could even... Like, that's one thing. You could even play 3 Scream. But playing less than 2 Scream is very weird to me. So I'm just going to go through all of these cards down here now. I'm going to go through all of these cards down here now and tell you why I am considering them or not, and then you can decide for yourself, because I truly think for Ishizu tier, for YCS Lyon, there is not going to be one single best list that is superior to all others. It's kind of like a a rock, paper, scissors situation where some cards are good against some versions. Like if I play a heavy Bestial version and my opponent plays thrusting, my opponent is going to have an advantage going first. And then I'm going to have a little bit of an advantage going second or whatever. And like, then someone plays imperm. And then the guy with the thrusting is going to be sad if he gets impermed and just passes on a dead thrusting. And then there's people with 12 Ishizus, which are going to do really well into the rogue decks because they can always mill 5. And then there's people with like 9 Ishizus, which is maybe considered better in the mirror match and so on. There's no best way to build tier limits. There's just a lot of solid cards that you can choose from. And there's no real right or wrong here. But let me go through all these individual cards and explain to you why you would want to consider them for Ishizu tier. And this might also be that there's... I know a lot of you might not want to play Ishizu tier, but a lot of this theory is just important to deck building in general and makes you understand certain stuff. So it's even interesting for some people that don't play tier, I think. But the third Rhino Heart, I personally think is a solid choice always for consistency. It's a good mill, and it works out quite fine. I think if people go on lower Bestial numbers... if people go for lower Bestial numbers because they are afraid of triple tactics thrusting, the third Rhino Heart gains a lot of value. Now, that being said, 2 Rhino Heart has been standard for a long time. I don't know if that's something that's going to change, but it's certainly an option. Fenrir is just a solid card in general because it now has an in-archetype search card. Like, it searches an engine piece, basically. So it is possible to play, like, 1 copy of the field spell and 1 or 2 copies of Fenrir in tier limits just to be able to go like terraforming. If you already have Pearl Rhino, you can go terraforming into Paraisos, into Fenrir, into grab tier limits Kashtira. It's solid. It's a very solid card. However, I think it has a lot of counter synergy with tier limits because when you go second, almost every single hand trap in the deck will summon a body onto the field, so you can't use it. Which is why currently I'm not planning on using Fenrir and Paraisos, but you can. Book of Eclipse is a solid non-engine card to main deck because it's very good against Kashtira and tier limits and also solid against Flunder, so you can consider main decking Book of Eclipse if you think that's better than playing hand traps. The only problem that I have with Book of Eclipse is that it loses to Abyss Dweller. Like, you cannot, like, it doesn't solve Abyss Dweller. Other than that, it's pretty strong in the mirror match, but if they Dweller you, like, it's really hard to play even after Book of Eclipse, so take that with a grain of salt. Also, one major advantage of Book of Eclipse was always that it turned off your opponent's Saliak. And if you played carefully around Havnis, you would never give them a chance to activate Saliak. So you wouldn't only turn off their monsters, but you also would turn off their Saliak. Now that Tier Limit Kashtira is a thing, you cannot play around Tier Limits Kashtira giving them another target for Saliak. You can't. It just doesn't. It's not possible. So that's a few of the downsides of Book of Eclipse. Super Poly, I think overall is a solid card, but only if people commit into it by summoning Rule Kalos plus Dweller, which I don't know how many do that if they have the full combo. Some people certainly do, but my problem with this card is that it's, in theory, it's solid against Kashtira, because you can fuse away the Arise Heart and the Diablosis into a Mud Dragon. The problem is, if you only play one Mud Dragon, they might smell the Super Poly and just banish it with Diablosis. Because what else are they going to banish? They can't banish your Kid Kalos because you play 2. They don't banish your Zeus because you play 2. So they probably take the Mud Dragon. Or like, I mean, depends on your opponent, but they might take the Mud Dragon and then Super Poly suddenly is not very good. So I'm kind of afraid of that when it comes to Super Poly. Thrusting is a very solid card, I think. Currently, my instinct would be to not main deck it. Even though it is very strong against Bestials, and it is also very good going second in the Kashtira matchup. It's definitely playable if you have access to the card. If you have access to the card, then that's pretty good to play, I think. But you might not want to main deck it. You might want to side deck it, because the card is really at its best when you get to go first. Going second, it can be solid to find instant or talents, but if you've gotten Dwellered, it might be a little bit too late for that. So I'm not sure how much I like the card going second. It can also get hit by like a random Wallow if they mill it for you, which can be annoying. So I think Thrusting is not necessarily a main deck staple, because if people play less Bestials, then Thrusting also becomes less powerful. Talents is a card that is very solid still. Like, you can still play up to 3 talents. Like, I see a lot of people play 1 with Thrusting though, which is also solid. But overall, I think Talon still is a very strong card. Meta Noise is a card that I see a lot of people playing, and I understand it, but I'm going to tell you one thing. If you don't play Thrusting, you do not play Meta Noise. Simple as that. Simple as that. You do not play Meta Noise if you don't play Thrusting. The card has always been good, but it has never been good enough to play it over like Saliak. And I think the only reason to play this card is to have a target for Thrusting going first if your opponent hand traps you with a hand trap that doesn't stay on the field, like an Ash Blossom or an Effect Veiler or a Dimension Shifter, stuff like that. For those scenarios, I think it's okay to have Meta Noise in the deck. It's a good mill if you have like a Tearlaman's Kashtira or Havness in the graveyard. You can get it back to hand. But I personally don't think there's going to be enough Kashtiras to justify this card. It's better against Cash. It's almost an FTK. It is very good against Kashtira, but if you go first and have the time to set all that up, you win anyways. Like, the Kashtira matchup is not that scary for Tearlamans. Unless they have Shifter, in which case this card also doesn't really... it doesn't do that much if you get Shifted. Like, it's... Okay, no, it's good if you get Shifted, because then you can turn face down their monster and actually survive, but only because of Thrusting. Only because of Thrusting, you can get, like... They go in tandem, in my opinion. If you play Thrusting, you play Meta Noise. If you don't play Thrusting, you don't play Meta Noise. Because I'm not putting Meta Noise in my deck just in case I get Shifted and I draw Meta Noise. That's too situational, in my opinion. So, if you play Thrusting, you might want to play Meta Noise. Agido, in my opinion, is... very solid now, actually. You guys know I've liked to play like 9 to 10 Ishizu cards in my Ishizu tier decks. I think Agido gets better with Photon Hypernova. The reason that is because you now have not one hand trap, but 2 hand traps that mill on your opponent's turn. And that is basically where Agido really comes in clutch, is if you mill 3 cards on your opponent's turn, being able to mill an Agido is nuts. In whatever matchup. It doesn't matter which matchup. So, that was basically also my main reason to still play Agido, is I wanted my Havness to feel very powerful when I play this deck. And now we basically have more copies of Havness, so Agido just gets better with that. Whether that's better than other non-engine remains to be seen. Like, you could still play more Bestials, Imperm, whatever. It competes with very strong cards, but I think that a package with more Agidos and maybe even the Herald of the Orange Light becomes a little bit more viable with Photon Hypernova, because they have inherent synergy with the new Tearlaman's Kashtira. Imperm is a solid hand trap that you might want to play. It feels... So, while a card like a Bestial is a very high risk, high reward kind of card, I think Imperm is low risk, low reward kind of thing. I don't want to fill the queue up, but I have a different variant of Sprite, and I'm a new sub. You won't have time to go through everything. There's so many already. I don't think I can get through everything, but you can post it in deck discussion, and maybe I'll see it later and look at it. Imperm is like kind of solid against everything. Imperm is kind of solid against everything, but never amazing, I feel like. Which, sometimes that's what you're looking for in a card, and sometimes it's not. This card is not weak to Tasking. This card is not weak to Talents. This card doesn't get called by the grave. This card is okay as a 6th card. Imperm is overall just okay in every matchup. If that's the type of card you're looking for, Imperm is a fine choice. It's just solid. I think it's solid. So this 31 is the base. These 31 I consider staples. These 31 I consider staples, and these down here are the ones I consider for the last slots. Bestials in my opinion are in this spot. I'm gonna tell you right now, my maximum Bestial count, I'm like 90% sure on that. My maximum Bestial count for YCS Lyon is gonna be 5. I think. Maybe I'm changing my mind in testing further, but I think that the only Bestials that are worth risking the triple tactic tasking for is Magnamut, and then you accompany the Magnamut with 1 and 1 of each of these. Or maybe even just 4 and you only play which one you think is better. But I think 3, 1, 1 is a solid bestial ratio that you don't have that many, so it doesn't feel that risky against like Flunder and Kashtira, but you still have like the best one, which is 3 Magnamut, and 2 of the other good ones. So you still have a total of 5 bestials, giving you a solid chance to draw one of them in the tier limit matchup when you go second. And since you play so many other hand traps, maybe you are just fine by drawing like Havnis plus Bestial, Tearlaman's Kashtira plus Bestial, Kelbeck plus Bestial. Like those hands are fine, most likely. So I think 5 Bestials could be something you want to consider. Or you can consider no Bestials at all if you really want to make sure you don't run into thrusting that much. Like that's also fair enough. If you want to make sure you cover Kashtira, Flunder, and not get thrusting every time, maybe. Or you just play 1 Druid Worm or Baldrake just in case your opponent is playing Magnamut and you get to the Dark Charmer it and steal their Magnamut to have 1 search target in the end phase. That's also reasonable. So in my opinion, the correct number of Bestials is probably 0, 1, 4, or 5. Tearlaman's Kashtira I think is probably a 3 of, but you can consider only playing 2. That's all I have to say. I like the card a lot. I think you can definitely play 3 of it, but I've seen some people play 2, and I think that's the minimum, so I'm not putting it into like this is the staple. You can play 2. I like 3. And this is pretty much it. What about Nib? I mean, Nib is playable, as I'll say. I think Nib is fine if you pair it with a couple of Bestials. If you really want to try Nib in the main deck, you can. Like cards like Nib and Ash are like borderline playable. But I'm currently not really considering them for myself, but you can. You can. So I think this is pretty much the rundown on Kashtira tier. I think that makes not Kashtira tier, but tier. Well, it's technically Kashtira tier. So that's my thoughts on all the cards. I think that's more helpful than going over like 10 different decks and saying the same things over and over and over again. So that's my take on the tier limit main deck. For the side deck, of course, it depends a lot on what you choose from here, but you just want to make sure that you have enough cards against Flunder, Kashtira, the Mirror Match, and Sprite. Those are the 4 matchups you want to prepare for in side decking, I think. But yeah. As far as the extra deck goes, it changes a little bit. I think 2 Kid Kalos and 2 Zeus becomes mandatory because of Diablosis. You can play this if you play Talents / Thrusting, because you can take their Shangri Era or whatever and overlay on top of it, which is nice. Or you can even take their Arise Heart and make Arise Heart, even though I'm not sure if I like this, because if you only play 1, they might just banish that. So I'm not sure. Everything else remains the same. If you play no Bestials, you obviously can't really play Mud Dragon, or you can, but you can't really make it unless you play Super Poly. Cards that are options here: Sprite Elf, Asa, I guess Wallow if you play heavy Bestials, Mud Dragon. Those are like the options in the extra deck for the, I guess, 2 remaining slots. And that's my take on tier limits. That's my take on tier limits for YCS Leon, pretty much. Beatrice, of course, instead of Wallow, that also works. So, yeah, that should give you guys enough input to work with, I feel like. If you want to build a deck and try. Redo or mandatory? I think it is. I think it is because it just comes up way too much in grindy situations. No Sprite Elf? I mean, I just said Sprite Elf is an option. I don't think it's mandatory. No, it's like, well, out of the deck, like in this current format, Sprite Elf in the extra deck is considered a staple, but I still make it the least out of all the other ones. I definitely make everything else in the extra deck more often than Sprite Elf. So I don't know if you need Sprite Elf. Are you going over Labyrinth? I don't know who, if someone submitted it. Anyways. All right, where are we? Where are we in the list? Oh my god, there's so much still left to do. Oh, I'm sorry, we can't do... I appreciate all the submissions. I appreciate all of these submissions, but I'm sorry, we can't go through all of these, I think. Oh god. Oh, okay. Okay, what do we have here? Holy based, it's me. Yeah, it is you. I've built myself on the idea that Kashtira painters could be optimal for this deck. The painter engine puts up 2 Omni Negates and a Solemn Strike, covering a huge amount of Kashtira's weaknesses, and does it in under 5 summons. The list is a first draft. I've also messed up about with 50 and 60 card versions. Oh. Curious if you have any insights. Hopefully I'll be online to chat about it. Okay. That is certainly one of the ideas of all time. Now, I'm gonna have to ask you a question. I'm gonna have to people investigate here, because I am not one of the weather painter enjoyers of all time. And I need to understand how exactly this deck puts up 2 Omni Negates in 4 summons, and which cards you need for that. So how do I do that? The other thing is that Snowy rolls you. When this card is normal summon, place once per turn. Wait, no, Snowy Canvas, right? Banish this card. Add a weather card from your deck to your hand. Also, you cannot add cards from the deck to your hand for the rest of this turn, except by drawing them. Okay. But you could hypothetically special summon your Kashtira and activate the search effect beforehand, right? We go add first and then we go with, but okay, now what do I need? You say do the painter line. You say do the painter line, to which I say, what do you mean by that? Do you have a replay? Okay, do you have a replay for the optimal turn 1 hand? Does that exist? Because I don't know, then cook it up now. Okay, then let's okay. let's move on to the next list, and you send me that replay when it's done, and then I'll judge it, because I don't know enough about weather painters. Okay, Bestials. Okay, now we're getting a little bit faster. We can skip Bestials relatively fast. I'm just gonna see if they have any specific questions, but we've talked about Branded Bestial before. Branded Bestial, mainly for locals and rarely regionals. Decided to go for Bell in the main because of shufflers. I think fusion deployments are a flex spot. I'm open to suggestions. No adlib because red rarely resolves. It's there to bait. Went for Dramaturge as a target for opening or to be used with Cartesia. Book of Eclipse I could see in the main deck. Only 8 Bestials. Saronir the most important. Besides Magna and Loop. Also thinking on replacing Proskinian to special through Grand Guignol with a second Striking Dragon and just special Inquiritus. Open to go to 43 if there's more suggested additions. I mean, most of your reasoning makes sense. I don't hate Bell in Branded because the shufflers can be really annoying on Branded in red. So I don't hate the Bell idea if you're mainly trying to focus on tier elements. Like I said earlier, I think it is fine to go over 40 in Branded, just to not draw the Branded Beast, Branded Regained, Branded Retribution as often. I like the fusion deployment though. You said it's a flex spot. I really think it's a great card now with Cartesia as a target. Oh no, it's 2 Albaz. Okay, I was gonna say 1 Albaz is kind of weird, champ, but you play 2, so it's fine. I don't hate cutting Adlib, honestly. Adlib feels, I might be wrong on this, but Adlib now with all the shufflers feels a little bit win more. Adlib feels a little bit win more sometimes because it's very hard to resolve, so I don't hate the Dramaturge. But, yeah. On the other hand, I mean, Dramaturge also only really works if you pull off a fusion summon. So if you say Adlib never resolves, then shouldn't Dramaturge also not really resolve unless you have... I mean, you can summon it off opening, I guess. So it's fine though. I think you should keep the deployment and you can easily go to 43 if you want to. I think that's fine. Labyrinth. Ooh. Ooh. Labyrinth. Thinking about bringing this to YCS Lyon. Now, this is one of the Labyrinth lists of all time. Gozen, Rivalry, Skill Drain. Evenly for going second. Now, I don't hate your list. As much as I would like to say, hey, I hate your list because it has floodgates, I do not hate your list. I genuinely do not hate it. I can show you two approaches to this deck because I have one on my own. I have one on my own which I haven't fully tested yet, but this is my idea. Or like, it's not my idea, but this is my take on this idea. There's two ways to play Labyrinth, in my opinion, which is you can either go full purple. You can go full purple, or you can go the more interactive one without floodgates. Both are fine, in my opinion. So the advantage of this one is basically going first, this deck Omega wins. Like, this deck Omega wins going first. Usually. And your plan currently for going second. Your plan currently for going second is Pot of Prosperity and Evenly Matched are 6 copies, technically. Like, I mean, Pot of Prosperity can find evenly, and those are the cards that you completely rely on for going second. If you don't find Pot of Prosperity or Evenly Matched, you probably lose going second. Probably. So, but still, I mean, you have 6 cards to auto-win going second, and your deck is very strong going first. So I don't hate your approach, actually. As much as I dislike Floodgates, I think this is a strong deck, honestly. Now, my approach is more interactive, which is I'm trying to capitalize on the fact that I think Labyrinth grind game is actually really strong with the Chandelier recovery, the Stovey Torby recovery, the Trap Cards recovery, and I'm using the Shufflers to I'm using the Shufflers to discard with these two as an interruption when our opponent is going first, and to also punish our opponent to go for the mill 5. If our opponent goes for mill 5, we have Keldo and Modora in the deck, which can really punish our tier limit opponents for going for the mill effects. So I think both of those approaches are honestly fine. And I think your execution here is actually okay. The one thing that I'm gonna throw you a curveball here as an idea has actually nothing to do with the main deck, but I think one problem with this deck is that when you go second against Kashtira, you probably cannot win because they are going to lock your back row. Right? They are going to lock your back row, and that's tough. So what I thought about doing is because they're going to see your extra deck, they're going to know it's Labyrinth, and then they're going to lock your back row. So one thing you can do is you can just play a tier limit extra deck. Because let's be real, this deck doesn't need no extra deck, dude. You don't need it. Doesn't matter, dude. You don't need that extra deck. Look at your deck. You don't need it. Like, let's be honest. Like, okay, you thought real long and real hard about which cards this deck can theoretically make sometimes, but you never need that. You never need that. So just play a tier limit extra deck. Just play a tier limit extra deck. They won't. 2 things. Like, they will not expect what you're doing, so they're gonna banish random shit, and you still get to play like a Baguska and a Dweller. So, playing a tier limit extra deck is fine so that they don't know what you're playing based off Diablosis. So, I'm throwing you that curveball. Other than that, I actually think your list makes a lot of sense. Even though I don't know if Gozen match is that good. It's good against Kashtira, though. So there's that. Hey Josh, I don't know if you can fix this. This is Kashtira Tier Ishizu Punk Adventure. Make Griffin Barone and Scythe Lock. Now, I have a question or two. My first question is why? Like why? First of all, your deck, for no reason really. Let me just make it clear. There's no reason for you to do this. But your deck is just like the most expensive deck in the room for no apparent reason. Like why did you feel the need to throw all these expensive cards into one deck? Like you didn't need to do that. You didn't need to do that. You didn't need to put like expensive Punk engine with expensive Adventure engine with expensive Kastira engine with thrusting with 3 Parallel Rhinos. You're just flexing at this point because I don't know if I can fix this. I don't know if I should fix this. I don't know if I want you to play that. I don't know why. I don't know why you would even want me to fix this. Why did you send this? I don't know. This is a pack list. All right, now we're roasting pack. I see. Okay. I mean, hey. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I don't look. I promised you in the beginning that I'm not gonna tell you guys to just play a different deck, but I don't have any recommendations for this, cuz I don't know why you did this in the first place. All right, we have another Labyrinth next, which is a little bit different than the other ones. Now, this list I actually like a little bit less than the previous one, even though it has a couple of cool things. The reason why I don't like this list is because it does not have a game plan for going second. This list does not have a game plan for going second. Now, your deck is awesome going first. Your deck is great going first, even though Torrential and Punishment are not that great against tier limits, but your deck is very solid going first, no doubt about it. But what do you do going second? You play 0 hand traps, no evenly, no prosperity to find evenly, no impermanence. You can't break any board with this deck. So I think you should maybe either try this approach or try the other approach that we looked at a couple minutes ago, which was a little bit more solid, I think. I think that was a more solid game plan because this deck going second doesn't have a game plan. What do you think about Soul Drain? I mean, it's good against tier, but it's a floodgate. Like, what am I supposed to think about a floodgate? Yeah, if you go first and you flip it against tier, you probably win. But isn't that the case for almost any floodgate that's good against tier? Like, this could just be Shadow Mirror, for example. Like, it's a neat card against tier for sure. The extra deck is kind of harsh because I don't really use it at all. Most of the time it's an Entis for Punishment or Omega. The rank 4 plays almost never happen. Yeah, I mean, just play, like I said, just play the tier extra deck to throw Kashtira opponents off. I think that's the most reasonable thing to do with Labyrinth. All right, Helios, we have your Branded Bestial up next, but I'm going to skip Branded Bestial because we've had multiple of these. And this is actually the first... This is the first Kashtira we have. Kashtira with some funny tech for locals and regionals. Basically standard Kashtira build, but with a lot of ways into field spells and including Fog King as an extender and Secret Village Spellcaster to blank all the powerful spell options against Kashtira, and you can't get Nibiru'd. Big Eye is a spellcaster too. Now, okay, somehow you've managed to make Kashtira even more toxic, which is an impressive achievement. It is an impressive achievement. to turn Kashtira even more toxic, which is, that's an accomplishment. I mean, people clap for that. Nicely done. The funniest thing of all is that I don't even hate the idea. I don't even hate the idea because, like, Secret Village and Fog King have inherent synergy with Kashtira in the sense that Fog King is a level 7, so you can go into rank 7s with it. And they actually stop a lot of the cards that are good against Kashtira. Like, it stops Thrusting, Talons, Book of Eclipse. So the Secret Village actually isn't the worst idea in the world. Like, it's not actually that bad of an idea. And Fog King also stops Nibiru. So I don't know if I would recommend it because it's awful going second. Like, maybe it's something you can consider siding instead of just throwing it into the main deck. But the idea is not the worst in the world. Stopping Nibiru, stopping Korikara, stopping Book of Eclipse with that, not bad. Golem and Sphere Mode as well, which are also popular cards. So you are cooking real hard, but I don't think you're actually overcooking. You might be developing a recipe here to go, like, as far as toxic stuff goes, you going even further beyond. So whether that's a good thing or not, I'll leave up to you. But the idea is definitely funny or cool. Well, let's say funny. Let's say funny. Let's not say cool. Let's not call it cool. Let's say funny. Let's stay with funny. I've changed my mind. Not good going second. I mean, these cards are not good going second. These cards are not good going second. The deck overall still has 3 shifter, prosperity with evenlies. It's like not the end of the world going second. It counts.
Joshua now has perfect information.
Yo, Broken Boy TV, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, Gnorgot with another branded submission, which I don't know if you're in chat right now, but I feel like we've talked about branded enough. I feel like you talked about branded enough. I hope you understand. With yeah. After watching the okay, Pog, we've already edited the submission after watching the Doctor on another Bestial deck. I'm thinking of swapping Super Poly for Nib, red for second Lubellion, and then add Kit, third Albaz, and another Bestial. I like second Lubellion. I like the Nib idea with many Bestials. I don't know if you need Kit. I don't know if you need third Albaz, but more Bestial is always good. Cutting Super Poly also opens up the extra to be more resilient to Kashtira. I agree with that. Yeah. I agree with some of I don't know if you need Kit, but the other things make sense. Bro, I think there's another branded Bestial. You guys really love branded, huh? You guys think branded is the most liked deck out of the last years? Because I think it is for me too. Maybe no, I like Sprite more. Any Plunder Patrol? I'm sure we're gonna get there. It is cool. I like it too. Oh God. Filthy FTK by Nyx. The Earth's Arctic Bear is Diabolantis. So this is a proxy for Diabolantis because it's not on DB yet. Game plan going first. Oh no, there's a replay. Oh no, chat, there's a replay. Oh, I'm afraid. Oh. Oh. I like how you threw in the sprites. Unironically, hey, unironically, this right now was a better combo than the insect combo from earlier. Because it has less bricks, it works with normal summon Zeami, not just teleport, and it wins the game instead of making a board. You might laugh, but this is a better combo than the one from earlier. It's still a gimmick. It's still a gimmick. Don't do this at home. Don't do this at home. That's kind of stupid that you can do that with Diabolantis. But this is a hell of a recipe, dude. Nyx over Jesse confirmed. I mean, the Jesse combo is also quite cool. But this one, I actually think in terms of viability, because this one had, what? It required you to play one Biblisp, one of this thing, and one Cynet Fusion. That was all. And it works with a normal summon. So 3 Garnets, and your Zeamin is literally an FTK. I have seen worse recipes. I've seen worse recipes in my days. So, hey. So what is the list behind? So yeah, you play one of this, and we play Mekankos for going second, I assume? Okay, so what you're doing is... Okay, I see what you're doing. You're playing just the stuff that you need, and everything else you just go the hardest as possible for going second cards. Like Alpha, Gamma, Evenly, Dark Hole, I guess for Ibli, Gamma, and then Mikanko with Arabesque and Pancratops. But where are the sprites? Where are the sprites? Where are the sprites? Oh, you wrote about it. Hold up. I'm not sure about the best shell to slot the FTK into. Ideally, it would be good going second, functioning without too much extra deck, tools to fill out the extra monster zone needed for Bishbalkin. Something that wants level 2s anyways. Gishkis would be ideal because you can keep the sprite line, but having extenders in the hand also works. In my current deck list, this is a problem because you're not guaranteed to draw an extender. Bonus point if it's synergized with punk cards. This is the bare minimum needed for the line to work. Wait, but how does it work if you don't have the sprites? Don't you have, like, not enough cards? You have not enough Did you need an extender here? I thought this was just one Zeamin. Oh, if you don't play the sprites, you need an extender from hand. Well, then play the sprites. Isn't that, like, the ideal way to do it? So what you're saying is, what you want is input on what you should fill the non-engine stuff with. Playing sprites doesn't feel good because they're not good going second and need a lot of extra deck. A lot of extra deck? I mean, you just need one gigantic, right? You don't have to play. You don't have to play like a big sprite package. You can play one blue, one red. It's not that bad. There's nothing that forces you to play like a big sprite package. If your combo gets stopped, but I mean, you're playing an FTK. You are playing an FTK just to like make that clear. Your combo is gonna get stopped sometimes, and then you're probably gonna lose. I like the Arabesque idea. I think Arabesque is a cute extender and good going second card. So I don't hate that. But I don't know if I would play cards like Alpha or Dark Hole. Evenly is fine. Evenly is fine. You'd probably want like Called by the Grave here, but yeah. I don't know. I really don't know how to fix this deck going second more. Like the combo is impressive though. I think the combo is impressive. I think you should be playing the. Oh, now I closed it. I think you should be playing the. I think this was the best. You should make sure this a 1-card combo. You should make sure the 1-card combo wins the game. Absolutely. If removing the sprites means that you don't get there without an extender, you should definitely play the sprites, in my opinion. I think. And then you don't necessarily have to make it a sprite deck, right? You can just play one of each and the one gigantic, then it doesn't take as much extra deck space. And just play a couple of tech cards. I think you can also just play some hand traps. You can probably just play some hand traps. And then, like, Ash seems fine because it also stops... Like, Ash seems good because it stops Havness and the Tearlament Kashtira on your turn as well. So it's kind of like a card that stops hand traps. So Ash seems very solid. Okay, Waver has submitted a deck and said, I need help. To which I say, I agree, Waver. You do. Is this the fabled Ritual Beast deck that you brought to the regional in Frankfurt and went like, so hear me out? Okay, I'm hearing you out, Waver. I'm hearing you out, Waver. I will go first, alright? And I will always draw Shifter. Okay. In that case, Waver, I don't have anything to add. If you go first and you draw Shifter, to be honest, I don't even know if you win in that case. I don't even know if you win. I'm gonna be honest. But cool. I have no idea how this works. I genuinely have no idea how this works. I've played this deck once in Duel Links, but let me tell you, Duel Links has less zones. I will not break Troll Despair. Okay, does this deck at least have a 1-card combo? Does this have a 1-card combo? Please, Waver, tell me there's a 1-card combo. It's 2023. Please tell me your deck has a 1-card combo. It's 2-card combo. Pog. Okay, noted. No. God damn it, Waver. Waver, do you think if I play an Edison deck and you play this, what do you think your win rate is? What do you think your win rate is? Depends on the Edison deck? Oh my god. If that's the answer, I have some bad news for you. If if your answer to that question is that depends on the Edison deck, if I open Fenrir, I have a good chance. If I open Fenrir, I'm gonna beat up your Edison deck. Hey. Oh god. I'll be honest, I think Ritual Beast was a pretty base deck in 2015 or 16, whenever it was. But was there already some branded list? There was plenty branded lists. Branded was the most submitted deck so far. Anyways, on a more serious note, this deck looks fun, except for the Shifter and the Dimensional Fissure. I actually like Ritual Beast, but I don't know their current combo because I do not think they are very viable. But Springans. I know this card. I know Springans Kit. I know none of the others. Springans Branga. If this card is in your hand, field, or grave, you can target a Springans XYZ you control. Attach this card to it as material. You can banish this card and one Springans monster with a different name from your graveyard. Add a Springans card from your deck to your hand. It's not too bad. Why is there Cyberstein? I'm pretty sure you can search it with Gear Gigant X in this deck. Springans Brothers. If this card is sent from hand or deck to the grave, you can target a Springans monster in your grave, except Springans Brothers, special summon it in defense position. If this card's in your hand, field, or grave, target a Springans XYZ, attach it to material. Hand or deck, target a Springans, special summon it. Okay, not a terrible card either. Springans Captain Sargas. If this card is in your hand, field, or grave, target and attach it to material. During your opponent's turn, quick effect. You can detach a material from a monster you control, then target a face-up card on the field, destroy it. You can only use each of the previous effects once per turn. A Springans XYZ that has this card as material gains 500 attack. Okay. MBT has a 10-minute testing. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna watch that and tell you what I think about it. I know I told you earlier we were not going to watch that today, but now that you've submitted this, I'm down because I literally have no idea.
Out the redoer.
I have no idea how this deck works. So very quickly, we are turning React Dandy right now because I can't, like, the thing is I can't give feedback on a deck that I genuinely haven't played yet or seen even.
All right, let's get down to business. You all know why we're here. The Springans are story relevant, and we forgot to give them any good cards. Anyone got any ideas? Johnson?
I don't know. We could do what we always do and give them a Rhoda.
A good start, good start. Give me a little more.
We could make it cycle?
More.
We could make it a quick play? Sir, are you...
More! You can do more!
We'll give him a soul charge!
Perfect. Now give them a second one.
Good afternoon, Jank enthusiasts. I'm MBT, and this is 10-minute testing. I was shocked, I tell you, that Konami once again didn't give me any archetypes to premiere for the new set. But old heads remember, I've never let that keep me down before. Just like in 2020 when I showed off Springans when no one else would, I'm here to show you that Sargas can kick some Sarg ass. Presenting Springans. Look, I know this looks comprehensible, but I promise you they added another R to X blower. So here's the list. As always, I'll give you a background about the archetype, a little bit of a discussion about what I hope the deck can do, and of course, the card by card. But first, this video is sponsored by Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro Deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro Deck just got a huge redesign, but it's still the number post ever. PRODECK.com. With that, let's slide into Springans. Springans, the least interesting members of the Albaz lore, well, except for Ice Jade. And we don't talk about Ice Jade.
We
are
really
series of
don't.
machines inhabited by soot spirits. In game.
This is the same deck. Did you submit that deck? No, you added Book of Eclipse. You took out the Mill 5s. Almost.
The Springans are an archetype that uses their field spell, Gold Golgonda, to summon powerful Xyz monsters onto empty board states. In lore, the Springans spent most of the story chillin' with Kit in the Great Sand Sea, until Sargas and Kit went to the Therion Disc Coliseum to get the weapons that could destroy the Despia. In doing so, Sargas had to be...
Bro, this lore is beyond me. I don't know if I can ever get behind that lore.
beat every member of the Therions and emerged as the champion Sargas, wielding the big gun from Tally-Ho. And wouldn't you know it, those are the two cards we're talking about today. While Springans is no stranger to broken cards, they're well known for their combination Foolish Burial and Rhoda, the new support really pushes the limits of what you're allowed to write on a card before the player base's drool causes an irreparable game state. Tally-Ho is a combination Rhoda and Soul Charge, which recycles itself, and Sargas is a downard that adds a card on summon and pops a card on detach. I'm actually at a loss for how these cards could have been more pushed. An Alba loss, if you will. That would be funny if you read the Albaz lore. The icing on this cake is that this unbelievable, hyper-consistent deck doesn't need its normal summon, so we're playing a Cyberstein line. If we're already playing a retrain of every other ban-worthy card, we might as well add Scientist too. So with that, let's get into the card by card. First up, the Springans. All of these monsters have the same second effect, which is if they're in your hand, field, or graveyard, you can attach them to a Springans Xyz monster you control as material. This one...
Does Kit have that effect? Does Springans Kit have that effect? Because I never knew him like that.
Normally special summon targets a Great Sand Sea Gold Golgonda or a Springans in your graveyard.
So we were lied to. Perfect.
And adds it to your hand. Brothers, if it's sent from the
He's
hand or deck to the graveyard, allows you to target a
Springans
Springans
Kid
monster in your graveyard and
different.
special summon it in defense position. Sargass is the black sheep of the bunch. He's actually good. This allows you to, during your opponent's turn, detach a material from an Xyz monster you control, target a face-up card on the field, and destroy it. And if a Springans Xyz monster has this card as material, it gains 500 attack. And finally, Branga, which we're playing as a 1-of for part of a Branded in High Spirits line, can banish itself in a Springans monster with a different name from your graveyard to add a Springans card from your deck to your hand.
Wait, it's a he? Maybe it's a she. I don't know. Springans Kit might be a she.
After that, we've got Springans Kit, which, if you have a fusion monster that mentions Fallen of Albaz as material on your field or in your graveyard, allows you to special summon this card from your hand. And if this card is normally special summoned, you can add to your hand one of your branded spell traps that is banished, or in your graveyard, or in your deck, then place a card from your hand on the bottom of your deck. You may know this from Despia, but here she's pulling double duty. After that, we've got some Ishizu cards, 3 copies of Kelbeck, which is both a very powerful hand trap, and a Miller, decent in our strategy, and then 2 cards that flex extremely well with our setup, 3 copies of Mudora and 3 copies of Keldo. It's wonderful to get 4 material on your side of the field, and it helps interrupt almost everything that would give us pause. It also allows us to recycle a series of monsters that we really need to in order to do our line again the next turn. After that, we've got some fun ofs. 1 copy of Therion King Regulus. Champion Sargas can search a Therion, and this is a pretty good one. 1 copy of Cyberstein, which we are usually finding by way of Gear Gigant X. You'll see the line in action momentarily, and it'll make a lot more sense. And 1 copy of Diviner of the Herald. This can send any fairy from your deck to the graveyard. If you need material engraved, you send a Kelbeck. If you need a Shuffler, you send one of those. And, you know, it's a pretty good reborn off of Sprite Elf. After that, we've got the spells. 3 copies of Springans Watch. This card adds a Great Sand Sea Gold Golgonda from your deck to your hand. Or if you already have one, you can add a Springans from your deck to your hand and send one from the deck to the graveyard as well. 3 copies of Tally-Ho Springans. When you activate this card, you can detach up to 3 materials from monsters you control, usually from the bottom of a Champion Sargas. And then you get to add a Springans monster from your deck to your hand. Then if you detach materials at activation, special summon that many Springans monsters from your hand or graveyard. If this card's in your graveyard, you can target an Xyz monster on the field, detach material from it, and if you do, add this card to your hand. As a result, we're trying to make a format Sargass, detach 3, and then use the last one to cycle this card once again. But our Sargass has to live, which is kind of a tall order. Usually he's either dying or we're winning. After that, we've got 3 copies of Springans Booty. If a face-up Xyz monster control leaves the field by card effect, you can target an effect monster your opponent controls. Neither player can activate that effect monster's effects on the field this turn. All of that text didn't matter. The important part of this card is you can send it directly to the graveyard from face-up to add a Gold Golgonda directly from your deck to your graveyard to your field spell zone. The Gold Golgonda itself is next. All Springans Xyz monsters gain 1,000 attack, and the next 2 effects are hard once.
Field spell
you control
up, and then your cards have other effects.
So special summon a Springans Xyz from your extra deck, usually
Springans
Merrymaker.
card.
If a face-up Xyz monster you control leaves the field by card effect, you can target a monster your opponent controls. It cannot attack for the rest of the turn. We're playing 1 copy of Branded in High Spirits. You get to reveal.
Springans really got shafted with that field spell. I mean, it's not a bad field spell, but the other field spells, like the planets, are just so much better, dude.
A monster in your hand, then send a level 8 fusion monster from your extra deck to the graveyard with the same type that has 2,500 attack or defense, then discard the revealed monster, add a Fallen of Albaz or a monster that mentions it
It's
from
like
your deck
not
to
a
your hand.
good field spell compared to the
monster
other
sent to your
one.
graveyard this turn, you can add this card from your graveyard to your hand, and of course you can only use one
Different lore? I'd have no idea.
of those per turn. Sprint is our target for this. After that, we've got 1 copy of Called by the Grave and 3 Infinite Impermanence. In the extra, we've got Naturia Exterio as our Cyberstein
You need to
target.
compare
Sprint
it to theater? Okay, then I'm comparing it to theater. It's still much worse. It's still much worse. Brothers and sisters, I don't know lore. I was just trying to say the card is kind of mid, okay? The card is kind of mid. I didn't want to trigger the lore Andes. I'm just saying the card is not that good.
Our Branded in High Spirits target. Zeus, 2 copies of Gigantic Champion Sargas, which once per turn can be Xyz summoned by using a Springans Xyz monster you control, and it keeps material. If it has material, you can add a Springans or Therion card from your deck to your hand. If a material is detached from a monster on the field, including itself, except during damage, you can target a card on the field, destroy it, or return it to the hand. All of those are hard onces, like it matters. We've got 1 copy of X Blowerer for corner cases. Gear Gigant X, Abyss Dweller, Double Merrymaker. If this card is special from the extra deck, you get to send a Springans monster from your deck to the graveyard, and then during your opponent's main or battle phase, you can banish this card to the end phase, and if it was banished with 2 or more materials, you can send a fusion monster from your extra deck to the graveyard that lists Fallen of Albaz. We're on 1 Gigantic Sprite, 1 Nightmare Unicorn, an Ausa, 1 copy of Sprite Elf, and 1 IP Masquerena, which is usually part of our end board. In the side, we're on 3 Lava Golem, 3 Triple Tactic Thrust. Ugh, don't like the localization of this one. 3 Cosmic Cyclone, 3 Evenly Matched, and 3 Solemn Judgment. So with that, let's jump into the games. Our first match is up against Bestial Dragonlink, and yeah, this is about as good a hand as this deck can possibly produce. Let me show you what we can do going first. We'll begin with a copy of Springans Booty. That's going to go to the graveyard to tag out for a Gold Golgonda.
Yep.
We'll activate the effect of the Gold Golgonda, pitching a Rocky for a Merrymaker. We'll activate the effect of the Merrymaker to send a Brothers, then the effect of the Rocky and the Brothers in the graveyard to equip themselves to the Merrymaker. Here we're going to overlay for a Sargas, then activate Sargas effect because we already have Tally-Ho. We'll go for a Regulus. Tally-Ho time. We'll go ahead and detach everything to get a Springans kit, the Rocky and the Brothers, then in a new chain, activate the effect of the Rocky, blocking the kit, and cycle back the copy of Merrymaker while we add a Branded in High Spirits. We'll activate Branded and send that Branga we added to hand to the graveyard before going for a Gear Gigant X, and now it's time to search the Cyberstein. From here we can go for Regulus. Regulus before our opponent can negate anything, and down comes the Druis Worm at the last point they could activate it. We'll go into a Masquerena and normal summon the Cyberstein. We'll activate the effect for an Exterio, and then let's extend just a little farther. We're going to go for an Elf, bringing back the Cyberstein, then overlaying for a Gigantic Sprite, then activating Branga's effect to get ourselves a copy of Watch. We'll activate Watch in order to grab a copy of Brothers to hand and a Sargus to the graveyard. Then we're going to go for a Sprite, activating the effect of the Diviner of the Herald we summoned to send a Keldo. We'll pass back to our opponent, and they've got a lot of cleanup to do. They're going to normal summon a Tracer and attempt to go battle. We will activate Masquerena. They'll activate the effect of Tracer, targeting their Druis Worm. We'll activate the effect of our Regulus, and then we'll make a Unicorn at resolution and spin that Druis Worm back. We're going to go for the Brothers effect in graveyard, bringing back the Sargus, and then at resolution activate Sargus to pop the Tracer. They'll concede, and we'll go next. Pretty convincing game 1, so our game 2 is up against Sword Soul. I don't know why people aren't playing this deck. It seems fine. We're going first once again, and here's what happens when we're interrupted just a little bit. We're going to begin with a copy of Gold.
I don't know why people play this deck. It seems fine. Anyways, we're going first again with a hand that would lose to absolutely every deck in existence if we were going second.
Golganda will activate the effect, pitching this copy of Rocky in order to make a Merrymaker. We'll activate Merrymaker, and our opponent is going to chain infinite impermanence. Not a big deal, because Watch can put an additional monster into our graveyard, and then we can activate the effect of those monsters, Brothers and Rocky here, to make a Sargus once again. We'll activate Sargus to get a copy of their King Regulus, and then we'll fire off Tally Ho and summon
you meant
monsters.
Sword Soul.
We'll go for the kit activation in a new
Well, Sword Soul is not very good right now.
Chain blocked, of course, by Rocky, cycling back that Merrymaker, and then at resolution, we're going to grab from deck to hand the Branded and High Spirits. We'll fire that off, and we already have the Branga this time. We get another kit here. We're going to go for Gear Gigant X so we can grab ourselves a copy of Cyberstein. Then we're going to special the kit so we can make a copy of Abyss Dweller before we go further. We'll go Cyberstein here in order to summon a Naturia Exterio, and then let's make a 2. We'll make Sprite Elf, and then use the effect of the Regulus to summon itself, and afterwards Elf to bring back this copy of Cyberstein. Let's overlay for a copy of Gigantic. Then we'll activate Gigantic in order to summon a Diviner, and then activate Diviner in order to send a Kelbeck. We'll activate Kelbeck and Abyss Dweller in sequence, and realize our opponent isn't on tier limit like I feared. We'll go for this copy of Gigantic Champion Sargus afterwards to bounce this copy of Diviner. We only have 3,000 life points after all, and end on a Masquerena. We're going to go for the Abyss Dweller in draw phase. They'll chain infinite impermanence, no big deal. We can negate that with Exterio, and then in main phase 1, they're going to fire off a Pot of Desires. That's Exterio number 1. After resolution, they're going to Ashuna.gif, and of course we do have something for that as well. The IP Masquerena is going to allow us to go into a Unicorn, pitching the last card in our hand to shuffle it back. They're going to fire Emergence. We're going to
It's not that exciting what you're doing.
negate, and with one negate still on our side of the field, they decide
The
to
deck is
concede.
like
So
not
it's time
that
for game 3,
exciting.
and you know what that means, a best of 3 versus meta. Our opponent's playing, what else? A Shizu Tearlament. God, I love that Photon Hypernova made this deck stronger. We're going second, so let's see what we can accomplish on the draw. Our opponent's going to begin with a copy of Scream. This is kind of a weird hand. They're
This game's over.
going to go for Rhino Heart and Scream in sequence, and they hit an Agido, so they're going to go Havness 1, Agido 2, Celiac 3. That's going to grab a Sheeran to hand.
This game's over is if they are not if they are able to, you know,
and then mill a whole bunch of cards.
Play the
Looks like they
game
hit not only a kit,
like
but also a
somewhat
copy
proper.
of Cyberstein and a Brothers. We're going to use Brothers here for kit, and this is going to get crusty. They're going to go Kit Close. We're going to activate Kit in a new chain and grab
Crusty?
High Spirits. Then they're going to go Keldo, pitching a Mudora. Afterwards, we're going to activate the effect of the Sheeran, and they're going to send from hand to graveyard a copy of Kelbeck, which will bin another 5, including a Branga for us. That opens up a lot of really interesting stuff. They'll make Kaleido Heart here and use Kaleido Heart to spin back Kit. No big deal. They're going to Mudora here to put that Cyberstein and that Branga back in our deck before we can do anything, and then go for a Redoer, trigger the effect of the Kit Close, do the Yoinky Splinky, hit 8 here, but I think they're pretty much out of names. They do hit a Tier Limits Kashtira here, but no big deal. They'll go for Elf and pass. We'll draw for turn, and this is a nice hand. They're going to go for a copy of Redoer in standby, and we'll begin with a Keldo. After resolution, they'll activate Scream, which will mill 3, and it is an unbelievable 3. That's 2 names. We're going to activate the Keldo on field to negate it, and the Kelbeck in sequence in order to stop the Time Thief Redoer, which forces out the Redoer, and then a new chain activates the effect of Sheeran because it was underneath. Afterwards, we're going to go into a Rukalos. We're going to normal summon a Rocky. We'll activate Rocky. They'll activate Keldo to blank the Rocky, but we do have 2 4s on our side of the field, so we might be able to do something. We'll go into Merrymaker. We'll activate Merrymaker's effect, sending a Branga, and oh, that triggers the Kelbeck in hand. Oh, Kelbeck is a disaster for this deck. We'll go Branga here, and we do have access to Gold Golganda, so after firing off the High Spirits, we will set it. They're going to go for Tier Limit.
There's like 0% chance that we've played this correctly as
We
tier.
just need them to whiff, and they're going to hit, unfortunately, a card that causes the Kaleido Heart to trigger. Okay,
But we
we'll go
still
next.
lose.
So it's time for game 2, and oh, this is going to be a weird one. So you can see we have enough in hand to go off, but our opponent also has a copy of Havness. That's going to turn on our tasking, so get ready. We're going to begin with a copy of Keldo. That's going to summon the Keldo to our side of the field and grab Mudora. We're going to normal summon the Mudora and make a copy of Merrymaker. We'll trigger the effect of the Merrymaker, which prompts the Havness from our opponent. They mill 3, and one of them is a Miller.
Oh,
okay, they'll
God.
activate all of those. And then
Oh, God, they milled
that
Agido. Oh, nah.
And the Agido. We do have a Shuffler, so we're going to use Keldo to blank one of those names. They also have a Shuffler, so they're going to make their deck just a little bit better and shuffle back some good cards we hit. After resolution of this chain, they're going to mill 5 more, and then we're going to activate the effect of the Brothers. They're going to activate the Rhino Heart. We're going to activate the Mudora that we hit, and they're going to activate their Mudora in order to stop us. Oh my goodness, these chains. It's turn 1. Okay, no big deal. At resolution of this entire chain, we can tasking. That's going to get us a watch for a gold seed later. We will equip to the Merrymaker and make a format Sargass. We'll activate Sargass's effect to get a copy of Springans Tally Ho. They'll go for Tearlament Kashtira, send the top 3 to the graveyard, and unfortunately they do hit a name, which means we need to chain that Tally Ho in order to get as many material to our side of the field as possible. At resolution, they're going to make a Kit Kalos, and then the chain's going to look like this. We will go Kit 1, Sargass 2, they will go Kit Kalos 3, and then we can bounce the Kit Kalos to return it to the extra so it isn't able to effectively resolve. After resolution, we'll go for an Abyss Dweller, fire off the watch, go for a Gold Golganda, set a Solemn Judgment, and pass back to our opponent. It's not a beautiful board, but it does what it has to. Our opponent's going to begin with a copy of Mudora, then they're going to normal summon a Rhino Heart. Shoot. Yeah, I unfortunately actually do have to solemn judgment that. They're going to go for instant fusion afterwards. We will activate Sargass in response to get the 4 off their side of the field because we do not want them making a rank. They're going to go for a Kitkalos. We can use Sargass once again to bounce that bad boy, but it does allow them to add a card from their deck to their hand. They're going to grab a Tier Limits Kashtira, walk over our copy of, unfortunately, the Abyss Dweller, and then proceed to the end phase with the Pellerino up. That Celiac set is going to do a lot of work as we go to the battle phase. They will activate it. That's going to allow them to send 1 monster from their field to the graveyard, then in a new chain activate the effect of the Havness in order to get into a Rhino Heart. That'll trigger the Rhino Heart and this copy of Pellerino, so I guess we might as well hang it up. So we're back with the deck, and
All right. So you've won 2 games going first, and then you've gotten shafted by Ishizu tier. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. I'm gonna be honest. That is pretty much what I expected this deck to do. It is so cool that Tier Limits Kashtira is 2800 under Pearl Rhino. Is it that? Is that considered cool these days? Is that what the kids consider cool these days, huh? Being 2800 under Pearl Rhino? If you're not 2800 under Pearl Rhino, man, you are just like not in a good spot in schools these days. Like you'll be bullied if you're not 2800 under Pearl Rhino. At least the testing is not biased. I mean, yeah, it's solid. It gives you a good look of what the deck does, which is like have a chance going first. Have a chance going first, but probably lose to Ishizu tier when you probably lose to Ishizu tier, period. Anyways, I'm gonna head to the toilet real quick and then we continue with the next deck, which is Doodle Monarch. Okay, I don't know what that means. But I'll be right back. And then we go into, hold up. I'm gonna pull it up. For, oh my god. Okay, I'll be right back. Uh-oh. I don't know what this means. All right, end of share stream. End of share stream. I'm confused. Doodle Monarch, don't try this at home. The synergy between the engines is that Stego is a 1-card tribute summon plus a pop. I'm not playing Fenrir for budget reasons, but it would help consistency and breaking boards. I like having 2 copies of the trap for Pantheism math, same as the second return, and also I feel like burning through my engine too much and not having a good enough grind without the second copy for recycle resources. Obviously the deck is not competitive, but if I have to go 0-3 or play at locals, at least I do it with the best and cutest artwork. All right. Doodle Beast Stego. If you control no monsters, or if all monsters you control are dinosaurs, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a Doodle Book spell trap from your deck to hand. Then discard a card. Or you can only use each effect of Doodle Beast Stego once per turn. So you're going to add Doodle Book Doodle book, ooh, 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 to your hand. When your dinosaur monster is targeted for an attack, negate that attack, then you can special summon a Doodle Beast monster from your graveyard. It cannot be destroyed by battle, also destroyed during the end phase. If this card is in your grave, except the turn it was sent there, you can banish this card from your grave, add a level 5 or higher dinosaur from your deck to your hand. You can only use each. Doodle Beast Tyranno. You contribute to summon this card by tributing one dinosaur during the main phase. If a dinosaur is on the field, you can quick effect. After this card result, tribute summon this card from your hand. You can only use this effect. Oh, there's no summon destroy monster on the field too. Stego is a 1-card tribute summon plus pop. What? Wait, how? Special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or special, you add a doodle book from trap from deck to your hand. Where's the pop from just Stego? You search the trap, you pitch the trap. Stego add trap, discard trap, trap search T-Rex, but you can't do that on that turn. If this card is in your grave, except the turn it was sent there. So you can banish it on your opponent's turn. Oh, you contribute to summon it on your opponent's turn. That's what I see. Because it's a quick effect to summon it. How do you discard the trap? I mean, Stego says add a doodle book and then discard a card. So you can just get the trap and discard it. Which is like, okay. Right? But I don't know why you play 2 of the trap, to be honest. I don't know how you play, why you play 2 of the trap. Why don't you just play 1? Also, why is Kashtira Ogre? Just for tribute fodder, I guess? Okay, what is Celeglare? Celeglare the Luminous Lunar Dragon. You can normal summon set this card without tributing, but its original attack becomes 1500. During the main phase quick effect, you can target a monster your opponent controls with attack less than or equal to 0. Return this card to the hand, and if you do, take control of that monster. Ogre has the... Oh, it has Megar Monarch stat lines, so it works with... It works with tenacity. You can special it with Aether. And then, what is this effect? Banish 1 excavated card face down. Yeah, you can. Okay. Well, I don't know about the second copy of the trap and the Celeglare. Other than that, your deck seems like a fun deck. I don't think your deck has a good win rate going second, but I'm pretty sure you're aware of that. That sounds fun. It sounds fun, but I don't really know what to tell you other than it is a pretty casual approach. But it's fine. Oh god. All right, now we are getting somewhere here. We are getting somewhere here. Domain is still broken? Domain is still broken. What the hell is going on here? I mean, I'm skipping the tier limit decks and whatnot. So, Adventure Phantasm Spiral with Heatwave. But doesn't Heatwave have anti-synergy with this? Because you can't Griffin negate? I guess you don't need the Griffin negate if your opponent can't play. I guess you don't need the Griffin negate if your opponent can't play, yeah. Fair enough. Once again, I am unable to find the win condition when you are going second. I am not sure about the win condition when you go second, but when you go first, this certainly feels like a deck that's scary to go up against. Which is like fine. In that sense, I don't even know what you could play to make it better going second. I guess you could try and fit in evenlies. I guess you could just try and fit in evenlies to have a chance going second. Who said we needed a win condition? I mean, fair enough. If you don't need a win condition going second, then just run it like this. Then just run it. I'm gonna be honest. Scareclaw Adventure. The deck is a pretty straightforward Scareclaw list. Not much to say. What do you mean? Your deck is 50 cards. Your deck is 50 cards and you just tell me, hey, it's pretty standard. Not much to say. Oh my god. Where do we get the barrier statue from in this deck? How do we get the barrier statue in this deck? Wait. How? The rank 7 is not here? How does this get the barrier statue? Oh no, tell me what's the degeneracy here to get the barrier statue? Airborne Assault? Tri-Brigade. Target a beast, beast warrior, or winged beast monster you control. Special summon a beast, beast warrior, or winged beast monster from your deck in defense position with a different type and with attack less than... Oh my... But its effects are negated until the end of this turn. Can we search this? Can we search this? No? Okay, at least. But, hey, can someone please tell me how, with every single degenerate combo, how is it always Barrier Statue of Stormwinds? Why is it never the freaking Fire Statue? Why is there no problem with the Fire Statue? Why is it not the Water Statue? Nobody cares about. Why is it always this thing? Why is it always the Wind Statue? God damn. Please stop. Ban the freaking Wind Statue. Anyways, getting to your deck. I feel like I'm gonna bring forward a very careful suggestion of maybe try and make it 40 cards. In this one, I feel like that'd be better. In this one, I feel like that'd be better. I don't think you need 12 Scareclaws in a deck with 40 cards. You definitely need to take out this Barrier Statue and the Airborne Assault thingy. Like, not because it's a floodgate. I'm not saying that out of principle. I'm saying that because there's no way you go to 50 cards. There's no way you go to 50 cards to play Barrier Statue and Airborne Assault, which you can only summon if you draw the Airborne. Like, what you just did is like add 3 Emergency Teleport for Barrier Statue to your deck. You're not doing that. What is the point for 2 Zeus with only only 1 XYZ to summon it? Well, you're summoning Zeus with Talents anyways. Talents take their XYZ and then make Zeus. And you need 2 because they rip 1 with Diablosis. Like, I don't know how often I've said this today, but you need the second Zeus in case of Diablosis. The Barrier Statue is detrimental to the deck itself. No. No. You're lying. So, take out 3 Airborne Assault, take out the Barrier Statue, probably take out some of these Scareclaws, make it 40, and call it a day. Okay, Branded Bestial, Kashtira. Oh, Gishki Sprite. Gishki Sprite. Just to take this deck for a spin at locals, maybe even regionals. The Nimbles are cool, but make siding going second worse. I don't expect to go up against Tier, even less against Kash. I've cut down on some potential 3-ofs like Jet or Abyss because they're not starters. Called could be anything, it's just the 40th card. First off, if you're not expecting many tier limits or Kashtiras at locals, I think Gishki Sprite is a stellar deck. Like, you can definitely play that deck. It's fine. Your list looks solid. Your list looks solid. I like it. You have them. I think you might want 3 Abyss. I think you might want 3 Abyss, but I don't know if you... Maybe you take out the Called by for a 3rd Abyss then. But... And I don't know if this deck needs to play Swap Frogs. I'm a little bit confused about the Swap Frog. I guess it's a fine card to draw, because if you draw it together with the Gishki combos, you can just go pitch a Gishki and make a Toad. Is Starter at 2 or why? But because Starter is actually not that good in this deck. Because it's not a good card to... Ironically, Starter is not a good starter in this deck. No pun intended. Because it locks you out of your Gishki combos. That's why Starter is normally played as a 1 or 2 of in these decks, which is fine, I think. I don't think you need to play 3 starters in this deck. But you have Prosperity, which is nice. You have... Yeah, you have most of the important stuff down. Like, I think it's fine. I would try to maybe play a 3rd Abyss instead of the Called by, and maybe you take out the Swap Frogs for some other non-engine. Because I don't know how often you actually can pull off the Gishki combo plus Toad if you don't hard draw Swap Frog. Because I think you're... you don't want to lock yourself into Gigantic too early, and in order to make a Toad with this, you also need to revive Swap Frog with Elf. And normally this deck wants to revive Gishki Abyss with Elf. Right? I feel like you want that most of the time, so... Yeah. Carrot over red is weird. Well, Nere Manas is a monster negate already, so you technically don't need red often. So that's fine. But you could still play red. Working on Pearly for Leon. Ooh. Hello. Working on Pearly for Leon, even if the deck will have a huge power-up with the upcoming sets. Going second version, playing Brave, Bestials, and Fenrir. Purely is great to break boards, and even if you don't OTK, having a Noir with 6 or more materials is hard to beat for a lot of decks. I'm having issues with the Bestials because I can't really play them with my main deck. Purely is the only target. But you have to build to beat tier with your main. I'm also thinking of Illegal Knight and a second Fateful. I mean, you are right. I think my current take on Purely is that it will be a good deck after Cyberstorm Access. But right now, it's not in the best spot. That being said, you are doing good with... I think if you want to play Purely, this is not the worst approach. Like, going second... It's not that bad. The adventure package is a little weird in a blind second deck, though. In a blind second deck, the adventure engine is very bad right now, I think, because you just get mill-5'd, and then most likely your adventure engine will not be intact. So I'm not sure if I like that. Also, Sphere Mode is a little bit awkward for this deck, because I don't think you can out your own Sphere Mode. So maybe you want to consider Lava Golem instead. If you go blind second, I also feel like Triple Tactics Thrusting would be great. If you have that card, if you have access to it. Cards like Change of Heart and Mind Control could be played if you play the according XYZs for it. Can't Dracoback handle Sphere Mode? Sphere Mode can't be targeted, right? Your opponent cannot target this card by attack or card effect. So no. So I think it should be Lava Golem, most likely. I think it should be Lava Golem, and if you go blind second, you could also consider cards like... You could consider Evenly, although you don't have your battle phase to make use of Happiness. But yeah. I think it's in a rough... This deck is in a rough spot. I don't think it's good enough, but your list is interesting for sure. I just think if you want to play it right now, try Lava Golem over Sphere Mode, and try replacing the Adventure Engine with other cards that are good going second. Like, it could be Thrusting in the main deck. It could be, like, Feather Duster Evenly, maybe. It could be back row removal, like Cosmic Cyclone, which is okay. It could be cards like... I don't know if enemy controller is a thing. Change of heart might control. Stuff like that. I also don't know if I like Fenrir with Bestials. Like, you're playing a very high Bestial count, so your Fenrir will very often be dead. So maybe you want to play... Maybe you can just go 9 Bestials, no Fenrir, and that's better against tier. Yeah, just some ideas like that. But honestly, it looks like a fine deck. I just don't think it's gonna... I don't think it's gonna perform super, super well. This is my Libromancer Mikanko deck for YCS Lyon. Still thinking about my 6 free spots in the list. Bestials and Book of Eclipse. Okay. I considered the Isold combo version, but it feels bricky as hell. Also, side is kind of experimental. I didn't test it yet, but I like the idea of having thrust and good targets for it. What do you think about this card in the side for this format? I think thrust is a phenomenal card in side deck. I don't think you have to main deck this card at all if you prefer siding it. I think that's fair. I think making sure that when you go first, thrusting is in your deck is nice. I like it. You can main it. You can absolutely main it, but I think it's absolutely fine inside. So your game 1 combo is probably strong enough. It's probably a strong enough combo. You are not even... Okay, you're not even playing any form of... You're not playing any form of... Like, you're not even playing the main deck Mikanko monsters except for the Ohime. Alright, I can dig it. I think this is a fine approach. I don't know if you need Lancea in the main deck. I know it's searchable off of Benten, but it's not that good against tier. It's not that good against tier, so I don't know if I like the Lancea here. If you have 6 cards you were unsure about were Book of Eclipse and Bestial Baldrake, which, as far as main deck slots go, I think those are fine choices. I think you could also consider Magnamut and 1 Baldrake. Like, I would probably say cut the Lancea and play 3 Magnamut, 1 Baldrake in those slots. That feels fine. Also, in the extra deck, you might... I know this extra deck is hella tight, but you might want to try and fit a second Zeus for the Kashtira matchup, because you're already playing Talents. So you might really need that second Zeus. So maybe consider taking out Downerd for a second Zeus. Yes, your Zeus is going to be with less materials, but... Yeah, or like take out the Goddess for a second Zeus. Something like that. That's what I would say. Your side deck looks okay. I like the thrusting. I don't know if engraving is that good if you because do you really want to call Grave with this because you lose out on your Herald and your Bentons? I don't know if I like this card in this list. Okay, now we have Plunder. Now we have Plunder, and now is where we run into a problem. Now we're gonna have a problem because I don't know enough about Plunder, but I'm still gonna try. Plunder deck list. I know you don't know much about the deck. Okay, fair enough. But mostly looking for the non-engine advice for the upcoming format. The only weird choice I made here is cutting down on the adventure engine. The reason being I find myself bricking on those cards more often than not, and I'd rather see more Plunder names rather than Ride and Fateful. And weirdly, after Jord, it's the worst thing in the deck, but it's still necessary for an additional interruption. Maybe a Legal Knight and Nibiru are redundant in the deck now, since Jord can create any attribute tokens now. Emblem can equip to the token and give it to your opponent and tag out for a ship of that attribute, which is a neat interaction. I have no idea about the side deck Smile. Budget is not a problem for now. Oh, nice flex. All right. Okay. I'm going to stick to what I can give you input on. Which is the non-engine portion, which is exactly what you said. Looking mostly for input on the non-engine. You have decided to play 3 Ash, 3 Nibiru, 3 Magna, 1 Druid, 3 Fenrir, and 3 Imperm. Which I think is fine. I think Fenrir is a little bit out of place here. Because it conflicts with Magna, it conflicts with Nibiru. It's alright, But I think you'd be better off either just cutting it all together and making the deck more consistent, like 40 cards, or just be another hand trap. Now, as far as the other hand traps go, I think they're fine. I think Ash and Imperm are solid. Whether they are better than other cards, like Board Breakers, remains to be seen, but Ash and Imperm, as far as hand traps go, are solid. 4 Bystials is absolutely reasonable as well. I think my first input would be take out the Fenrirs for 1 additional Bystial, like 1 Baldrake, and keep it 40. I think that's what I would suggest. That's my take on the non-engine here. And then I think I like it. Then I think I like the non-engine you chose. Fenrir is really strong in Plunder just for the extra card as a discard. Okay, well, if you need to play Fenrir, then I would try to remove the anti-synergy with Fenrir, which is Nibiru and Bystials, maybe. I know those are really strong, but you could just play like Talents instead. You could play Talents or Book of Eclipse instead of these then. Does this deck still go blind second, by the way, or is it now a going first deck?
Joshua now has perfect.
Actually, I think it goes first, right? Das bist du. Thank you for the Prime. Appreciate that. Appreciate the support. It goes first now. Okay. Then I don't hate cutting the Nibirus and the Bystials to play like Talents and Thrusting maybe, and maybe another Enchantress or Right. I think I like that as well. Not sure if too late, but Blackwing. Well, we've gotten there. I think Blackwing is in an okay spot currently due to the lack of main deck Nibirus, and very few decks can crack the full end board of 3 Blackwinged Assault Dragon, Red Hot, and set Twin Shadows to summon Silverwind on the opponent's turn. Garbage Lord is a bridge for any hand trap or Bystial to any Blackwing starter or any Blackwing card to a hand trap at the end of the turn. Not sure about Bystial ratios though. Why can't this deck play Prosperity? Or do you need literally your entire extra deck? Because I feel like Prosperity would be a much better card for consistency than Small World. That feels bad. Like, it's just, I don't hate Small World, but whenever I see Small World, it just, something is off. Like, I don't like Small, it's just a red flag. It's not that Small World is a bad card. It really is not that Small World is a bad card. It's just that whenever a deck needs Small World, the deck is probably not good. Like, if I have to play a situational -1 Rhoda just so that my deck is consistent enough, I'm just kind of thrown off. The thing is that Simoon is an incredible 1-card starter. It is, but Prosperity is an incredible card for consistency as well. Also, I'm gonna throw a couple of things right in that correct me if I'm wrong, Blackwing enthusiasts. I don't think you need 3 Chinooks, because I feel like, can't your combo search this? I don't feel like you need, because it's not a starter, is it? I don't feel like you need 3 Chinooks. I think 1 is fine. Also, I don't know if you want to play 2 Twin Shadows. I don't think you need 2 Twin Shadows, because it's like, it's a searchable trap. 2 Twin is optimal, is it? I guess you can use it. You can use it on your own turn, right? Yeah, you're right. You can use it from hand turn 1. Okay, then maybe it's all right. Maybe it's all right. Okay. But yeah, I would try to fit Prosperity if you have it. The rest seems fine. Reduce Chinooks. Try and get rid of Small World. I hate that card. That also means you can cut the Garbage Lord. So like 3 Prosperities, -1 Garbage Lord, -2 Chinooks, and you have 2 flex spots. So you could technically play like a third Magnamute and a Baldrake, and then it's fine. I don't know that much about Blackwings. Maybe there's a better non-engine card than Valor. Maybe Book of Eclipse, maybe Talents. Something along those lines I could see. Maybe Thrusting. Yeah. Alright. And I don't know if you need... Do you need Orochi the Squall? Do you need Gale? Do I need those? Gale is insane? Okay. Alright. I'm thinking of cutting Gale. Alright, so is it not necessary for like the main line combos, but it's a solid extender? Is that what we're talking about? Gale does out Stardust. True. But what Gale doesn't do is it doesn't out Tearlaman's Kashtira under Pearl Rhino, because we all know how cool that thing is, because it's got 2800 and it only cuts it to 14. So maybe that's why you want to consider cutting Gale. Because Tearlaman's Kashtira is so cool that it's 1400 after that. Okay, Yazoo has submitted a deck called Most Base Deck Ever, No Deck for Enemy, GG Easy. No deck for enemy, GG Easy. Bro, you put Prosperity into a Runic deck. You put Prosperity into a Runic deck. Until I saw that, I was like, maybe you're cooking, but that is criminal. Prosperity in a Runic deck? Nah. So this is how I know you're not serious. Yes, Prosperity is cope. I mean, yeah. Yeah, okay, I couldn't have said it better myself. Also, for a second, when I saw this Hugin down here, I thought that was your only fusion, but then I saw you put the other ones here. I mean, okay, is this a serious submission or not? Is this a serious submission or not? Because I don't know. I don't know anymore at this point. I don't know at this point. I feel like we've reached the point of the card guesser where of the deck doctor where it's getting a little bit out of hand. It could become serious. I mean, if you start banishing, then it does become serious. Does Fountain trigger if your spells get banished by a Rysard? I mean, it can trigger, but you don't have anything in the graveyard. Okay, I don't think this is serious. I think this is... I have decided. Only problem is a Rysard. Okay, fair enough, but that's the only... Like, that's a bad thing to be the only problem. If the boss monster of the one engine is the biggest problem for the other engine, maybe they don't go together. Maybe they don't go together. Have you thought about that? Have we thought about that? Like, this boss monster that I have is a huge problem for my other engine, so maybe I'm just not putting those together. Maybe I'm just not putting those together. Wait, this is another Sprite deck, but this one actually has Baldrake in it. Sprite list for Lyon, only attending side events, so I'm expecting almost no Kashtira. That's why I have built the main deck for mainly tier elements. Would like to hear your opinion on it. I have no complaints about this main deck. This main deck is very solid. I like it. 10 Bystials, the 1 Lubellion, I like that one. Ash Imperm plus 10 Bystials should be very solid against tier elements. I mean, yeah. Very solid ratios. I like it. I have no complaints. I have really no complaints. It might sound lazy, but I really do not have any complaints about this. I like this. Very solid. I hate Prosp. I think Prosp is fine. You could replace Prosp with 2 more Lubellions and 1 other card, like Hyperia. I wouldn't hate that. I wouldn't hate 1 Hyperia, 2 more Lubellions. That'd be fire. Play Branded Regained if you're gonna play Lubellion? No. You still don't understand the reason of Lubellion in Sprite, do you? You never summon it. You just use it as a searcher for Magnemute. Why the Lube over 11th? I think 1 Lubellion is great in Sprite, just so you can go Magnemute, search another Magnemute. Because you can go Magnemute, search Lub, search Magnemute. I like that in grind games. I think that's very good. And going first, Lubellion is just a great extender. It's just a free way into Sprint. Gotta go back to work. Well, have fun working, Duran Damath. See you around. Thank you for watching. Where do we post the deck lists on Discord? You post them in the Deck Doctor section, but I'm afraid that I think now it's a little bit late to submit decks. I don't think we're gonna get through all of those. So, maybe next time. But on the Discord is where we submit deck lists. In the Deck Doctor section. But yeah. I opened submissions on Monday, so on today you're a little bit late, just a tad bit late. My Sleeve Chief package arrived, Pog. Nice. Which ones did you get? Which ones did you get? And most importantly, did you use the code? My current deck list, I have been doing decently with at locals. Feels stupid weak to Kashtira though. Endboard is usually Barone, Hugin, Camellia, which can pull a Mole Cricket on enemy turn to summon Sunflower. Allows for up to 3 negates and 3 destructions with runic cards, with correct runic cards on opponent's turn. Yeah, this is the problem. I have no problem with this deck list. It's a fine deck list. The problem is the issues that this deck has, you can't really solve them. You can't really solve them. I still want the Darkness sleeves, but they are 40 and sold out. Let me quickly check. Let me quickly check because I'm doing a Twitter giveaway together with Sleeve Chief today. It starts today. I don't know. Maybe we are giving those away. No, these are Synchro, Fusion, and XYZ. But, well, I guess that is that announcement. We are going to be giving these 3 away on my Twitter later. But they are not the Darkness ones, unfortunately. But those are also nice. But yeah, I mean, exclamation mark socials, if you're not following on Twitter yet, you're missing out. Because we're going to give those away later today. Or like, the giveaway starts later today. Anyways. This list is fine. I think. I really have no complaints about the list. Except for you shouldn't be playing Saronir after Photon Hypernova. That should definitely be a Baldrake. And I would probably say cut a Druid's Worm to make it 40, just so it looks more pleasant. But yeah, I mean the issues you're explaining are totally valid. Like saying like, oh, it has a problem against where was I? Oh god. Stupid weak to Kashtira. Yeah, it's not that great against Kashtira, the deck. Although Freezing Curses is fine, I suppose. Freezing Curses and Flashing Fire help a lot against Arise Hard and Shangri Era, but still. But yeah, the list is solid. I don't have much to improve on it. It's just the issues that the deck have. They are just there, right? So like you're not going to fix it. You could try and play a Zeus package with more talents, like 3 talents or thrusting plus 2 Zeuses. If you can fit it in the extra deck, maybe that helps with Kashtira. Maybe that helps with Kashtira a lot. Alright, we have a new submission. Something we haven't seen yet. Sprite Fry Brigade. Ooh, teleport. Okay. Sprite package with Pixies. Tri Brigade package. 2 Kit, 2 Nerval, 2 Keras, 1 Revolt. 3 starter. 3 Druid's Worm, 2 Magna. I don't like it that way around, except for if that's budget reasons. Let me check if they wrote anything. Current deck list. Some obvious third copy of some cards are missing because finding them in Australia is a pain, but still attempting to get them. Semi-budget / meme build. Okay, that's probably the reason for 2 Magnamut. Adjusted due to many people playing D-Shifter. Locals is not very meta. Okay. I don't like Teleport Gamma. I don't like Teleport Gamma. I really don't. I think Gamma is not good enough right now as a main deck hand trap because it's not good against tier elements. I also don't think that it's worth it to play Teleport just for a level 2 extender. I think your deck should be consistently doing that anyways. If you don't have the budget to replace those with like Prosperities, which is like the most obvious thing that comes to mind, you can try replacing them with Ash Blossoms. Like these, I would take out these 7 cards and maybe even the double cross, so -8, so you're the 34 cards. You can add 3 Ash Blossom and 3 other, I don't know, Book of Eclipse. It seems fine. Something like that I would like more. What is the spell in the side after Cosmic? That is Silent Graveyard, which is discard a card, negate the effects of all cards in the grave this turn, which is basically just a side deck against tier, which is fine, playable. Foolish could be played as a starter card. You could play a third kit for consistency. I wouldn't hate that either. But I don't like the Teleport Gamma package. I don't think that's... the synergy is here with Sprite, but the card is just not that strong. Oh, also, you'd only have 2 blues, I guess. If you can get a third copy, then use that, but I assume you don't have that, so that's fine. But yeah, overall, not the best deck, but not the worst either. Like, this deck is playable. This deck is playable, in my opinion. All right, the next list is another Sprite. I'm going to skip that. I hope you understand. I think you're doing this on purpose. I think some of you are submitting decks like this on purpose to embarrass me, because I do know that I know nothing about this deck. You know that I know nothing. I know Curtain Raiser. From this deck, I literally know Curtain Raiser, Imperm, Ash, Baldrake. That's it. That is it. So I don't know what to tell you. I do not know what to tell you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. I don't understand Abyss Actors. The hell kind of doctor is this that doesn't know all the cards? Yeah, I know, right? I know. It is wild how many different decks and cards there are in Yu-Gi-Oh these days, that even like the competitive players don't know all of them. But I literally don't know enough about Abyss Actors to give you feedback. I am sorry. This is the one that breaks me, because there's too much text on all these cards. We literally wouldn't be able to deck doctor this even if we took the entire time of the remainder of the stream. All right, the next deck is a tier deck. We've seen that. We've talked about Ishizu tier. We've talked about Tri-Brigade Sprite. Interesting combo Dragon Link variant to exploit Steam. Oh, Steam? Steam the Cloak, all right. It's kind of just a way to end on Tidying plus Savage plus Boral end consistently. If you can come up with a better way to do this combo, then be my guest, but feel free to just comment on the non-engine. So, wait, how are we abusing Steam? I assume it's because Vice Strix? Tribute, yeah, okay, I understand that. I understand. There's no replay. They dropped it without a replay, which is unfortunate, because I would have liked to see your standard combo in a replay. 2 dark. If this card is link summoned, you can special summon a level 4 winged beast from your deck in defense, but negate its effects also cannot be used. Okay, so this can tutor Zephyros, but how do we get Steam? How do we even find Steam? Am I missing something, or do we just not? Oh, wait. Borea Storm the Wicked Wind. Wicked. If this card is synchro summoned, you can send a Blackwing monster from your deck to... okay. From the deck to the graveyard. And if you do, this card's level becomes the same as that monster's. When this card destroys... okay, blah, blah, blah. All right. So you make a level 6 tuner synchro. All right. Send Steam. Send Steam. Tribute the Hieratic Seal to bring back Steam. Okay. I mean, I don't hate... it's kind of spicy. Of course, you have to play Shell Rocket for it, which is kind of eh. It's kind of eh. You have to play this card. When the Link Monster's effect is activated, targets this card. During the end phase, it's basically a vanilla. It's basically a vanilla. I appreciate the spice, though. Of course, you don't want to play Saronia anymore, I'm pretty sure. I think you'd rather play at least one Baldrake. Maybe you play one Saronia just so you can send, like... no, you don't even want to send the Branded Beast. No, play Baldrake. Play Baldrake instead. Other than that, your deck looks fine. I don't know if I like thrusting enough without a single copy of Talents. You should probably play one Talents. You probably should play a copy of Talents. Because this way, the way it is right now, you can either just set Tidying, which is okay, or you can search Chaos Space. What if you already have it? It's kind of pointless. So I like cutting 2 Saronir for 1 Baldrake and add 8 Talents. And then keep it as is. And the rest, I honestly think it looks like a fun deck. It's not going to be the best deck in the format, not even close, but I like these. These are like, it's a neat little combo that you came up with. I like that. Okay, the next one is Vanilla Kashtira, which we're going to skip because we've talked about Kashtira already. I hope you understand. And then Ziriv, hear me out. This may seem crazy, but this is the Goo No Cap. Okay, alright. Side deck is mostly ideas I had, but siding in a 60 card pile is challenging in it. Oh no. This is the Goo No Cap. I'm not gonna lie. This is better than I expected after reading the text. I read the text first, and I expected it to be worse than this. I'm not saying that this is good. I'm just saying I expected it to be worse. I expected it to be worse. Now, when I said earlier that you could play more than 40 in Branded, I didn't mean play 60. I didn't mean play 60. Now, I think, unironically, you guys are laughing, but unironically, this deck is not terrible. If you remember, something that's very close to this, actually, has gotten, I believe it was top 4 or top 8 at a YCS. I believe it was YCS Minneapolis with Cameron Neal, who played 60-card Branded Bestial Tearlament, which was before Magnificent Mavens, to be fair. It was before Magnificent Mavens, but the concept is definitely not trash. Now, if you compare the concept to the concept of Ishizu tier, it's not very good right now. But the concept is not awful in itself, right? That being said, I'm just glancing over the list to see if there's something obviously wrong with it. Except for the fact that you are like 3 months late with it, but we're not going to talk about that. 3 Magnamute, 3 Saronir, 1 Baldrake, 1 Druisworm. That's reasonable because Saronir is actually good. You play Aluber, Adlib, Albion, 2 Tragedy, 1 Cartesia. Albaz, the Kit. I don't know if you need that, but I guess. Havness, 2 Merly, 2 Rhino, 3 Sharon, 3 Lub, 2 Merc, Allures. No, I like it. I like it. Now, I don't like... it's not a deck that I would personally play right now, but if you want to play 60-card Branded Bestial Tearlament, then this list is I guess it's fine. I guess it's fine. Yeah. It's not a bad deck. It's not a bad deck, believe it or not. Billy Bakes, how do I submit a list? You on the Discord, but there's too many lists for today. Like, I'm sorry, but if you submit a list right now, it's a little bit too late because we've started submissions like 3 days ago, and we're not gonna finish all the submissions from today. So if anyone, I'm sorry if we can't handle every single submission. I always am sorry when we do these. There's always way more submissions than we can handle in a single stream because we've been doing this for over 4 hours almost, and we still have submissions left. But I appreciate all of you taking part, but unfortunately, we cannot always do every single submission. But hey. Brave Sprite. I don't want to play this, but the idea popped in my head. The idea was to give more value to tasking. Okay. So it's just Sprite, but you've added the adventure engine to give more value to tasking. I don't know. I don't think I like this idea for a couple reasons. First of all, you lose out on the Nimble Beaver synergy, which I think is not the greatest thing in the world. Like, you still have to play the Nimbles because they are so good, but you lose out on the synergy, which I don't like. And then I feel like tasking is a good enough card already with just talents. And foolish, maybe. Like, you could play if you often have the situation where you have thrusting but you don't want talents, or you already have talents. Maybe it's fine to just play a foolish burial in Sprite, in the normal Sprite version, just so you can like go foolish for angler in some situations. Or I guess you could play the double cross, but adding a full adventure engine just to have more tasking targets or thrusting targets doesn't feel right to me, because they're not very good going second anymore, right? Like, the cards, the adventure cards used to be very good going second, but I think in this format they are more of a liability going second, because they get negated by Rule Kalos, they get milled by the Agido and Kelbeck. I don't like those cards in general in the format right now. I don't think the adventure stuff is very well positioned in the format right now. It's also just Brave cards. Well, yeah, but like I said, I don't think the Brave cards are that strong right now. I don't know. I think you're better off. Yeah, I mean, the concept isn't bad. You are right. At the end of the day, it is still just Brave cards. Like, how bad can it be? But when you're trying to build the optimal Sprite deck, I don't think this is it. I think you're better off just keeping it 40, consistent as possible, best hand traps as possible, and whatnot. Like, I think that's just a more overall sound concept than this one. Even though this one isn't bad, it just doesn't feel optimal. All right, and with that, we are through with all the subscriber submissions. So I'm gonna scroll all the way up. Oh my god, there's so many submissions from non-subscribers. All right. Dogmatica post Photon Hypernova. All right. 3 Dogmatica tricks. New white Zoa. Hey. Now we're cooking. What happened to the Painter deck? I think they were making a replay and then they realized that it didn't work the way they thought it did. And that I read that. I just didn't I didn't read it out loud. But they said it in the chat earlier that they were trying to recreate the combo and they realized something didn't work out the way they thought it would. But yeah. Now, once again, Dogmatica gets some new cute tools in Photon Hypernova, which is mainly this card. This card is great. This card is great, quite frankly. When this card is activated, you can add a Dogmatica Ritual monster or a Ritual spell from your deck to your hand. Then if your opponent controls a monster, you can add a Dogmatica card from your deck to your hand. And then once per turn, if you control the Dogmatica Ritual, you can look at either player's extra deck and send a monster from it to the graveyard. This card is awesome. For Dogmatica. This card is absolutely great. I personally don't think that makes Dogmatica good enough. But it is what it is. Also, the new Ritual monster is quite solid. I was considering Dogmatica for my deck as well, thanks to this card. It is something that at some point I could see this pop up after a ban list. I could see this being like a somewhat solid tier 2 deck after a ban list. Because this card is really, really strong, and we have 3 Nadir Servant. The level 12 Ritual is a vanilla? I'm pretty sure it's not. Cannot be ritual summoned except with Dogmatica card effect. Dogmaticas are unaffected by activated fusion, synchro, XYZ, and link monsters effects. During your main phase, you can make your opponent choose one of these effects. Send 1 card from their hand and their extra deck to the graveyard for every 2 cards in their extra deck. Return all fusion. No, this is a good card going first. Because if your opponent doesn't have anything on the board, they cannot choose the second effect. They cannot choose the second effect if they have nothing on the board. So they have to either get rid of some cards in their hand or get rid of a bunch of stuff from their extra deck. Right? Now, the problem with this is that it sucks against tier limits because they're just going to send Kid Kalos and whatnot. But in other matchups, like this is a nightmare for Sprite. If you're playing Sprite and your opponent summoned this on you turn 1, you're like in shambles. You have to send 7 cards from your extra deck to the graveyard. That's not very pleasant. So, I think this card is not as bad as you make it out to be. That being said, if you're trying to play this format, tasking is great. You need 2 Zeus though, once again. You need 2 Zeus. Ultimate Slayer, I would not recommend, even though I know it's great against tier. You can probably side it against tier. It's a great card against tier. But against Kashtira, the card is completely dead because of Arise Heart. So I don't know if you want to main deck Ultimate Slayer. I really don't know if you want to main deck Ultimate Slayer. The other cards you chose, I like. I like the Fenrir here because we're not playing Bystials. I like the Book of Eclipse. I like the Thrusting. I like the Imperms. I like the Pre-Preps, even though you probably want 3 of that somehow, because that seems like a very good card. If your deck can play Pre-Prep, you should probably play 3. And then I don't know if you need maybe a 3rd Diviner for consistency. I don't know if you need 2 of each here. I'm not enough of an expert for that. But overall, I like the execution. I like the execution. Maybe try and replace the Ultimate Slayer if you expect to face a couple of Kashtiras. And try and fit a 2nd Zeus, just so your talents can actually make Zeus. So, yeah, but overall, good attempt, honestly. Good attempt at making Dogmatica work. I don't know if you need 2 Fleur-de-Lis. Maybe you do. Wait, this is just another Sprite. Plunder. We've looked at Plunder. Penned best deck. All right, we haven't had that yet. We haven't had that yet. If you're still curious about the replay for the D-Link deck, sure. Let's see it once. Black Dragon, Striker, into Red Med. Yup. Red Med. Bob. Ravine. Okay, we need Lubellion. Alright. Beast. Seal. Abso. Tracer. Launcher, summon. I'm already Tracer. Get the level 6. Bob. Steam the Cloak. Tribute this. Special Steam. This summons that. Yup. Wise Strix. Summon Zeph. Get the token. Link Kuribo. Beast. Okay. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Arrested, I got skipped. You just posted your list in the Twitch chat. You did not get skipped. You are not even in the queue. There have been people lining up in the Discord for days to get their deck list. So, the only people right before Penned Best Deck, well, yeah, because you submitted Plunder and we've already looked at Plunder. I don't mean to skip anyone on. I'm not skipping anyone. Oh, you just reposted the deck again. Okay. You just reposted the deck again. All right. Yeah, you totally understood how to take part in this. Perfect. Pog. The only reason I skip decks is if we've looked at it already. If we've looked at Plunder already, so that's why I skipped it. Not because I didn't see it or because I didn't want to look at it. It's just because we've already done Plunder. Yeah, okay, this is cool. Draco Slayer. Draco Slayer. Okay, 3 of this, fine. 3 of this, fine. 3 of this, fine. 3 Bunbuku staple. 3 Odd Eyes staple. 3 of Luster staple. 1 Master, I think, is fine. You don't need 2, in my opinion. 1 Joker is okay. Iris is alright. 1 Necro Valley as another target. Okay, Talents is good. Nibiru, though. I don't know. I don't know if I like I don't know if I like Nibiru. Did you look at Gishki already? Only Gishki Sprite. No pure Gishki yet. I don't know if I like Nibiru without any Bestials. It feels like it's not that great right now. Like, yeah. Everything else is fine. I kind of like the Lava Golem. Even though you have 4 normal summons plus Lava Golem, so it can be a little bit bricky. But I think it's okay. But the Nibiru, I would probably switch for something better. They are probably very afraid of Kashtira. I mean, you have Lava Golem, though. You have Lava Golem. I know the Kashtira matchup is scary, but just can't you play like a 3rd Talents and 2 Zeus? I don't know. I mean, Nib is good if you're really that scared of... I guess if you're that scared of Kashtira and you think it's worth maintaining a card basically just for that matchup, because you have to be aware that Nibiru only hits Kashtira in this version, because you play no Bestial. So unless you draw specifically Nib Imperm, Nib is completely dead against tier, because they will always have Rule Kalos. So I don't know about the Nib in this. But all the other cards, except for the Nib, I can get behind. Everything else here looks kind of fire for a Draco Slayer list. So I would say either... you can switch up the Nibirus for, like... maybe another Talents, another Dynamist Charge. And then 1 other card or something like that. Okay, another Kashtira deck. We've looked at Kashtira already. Ishizu tier. I would like to have your opinion on free spots. What is this? It's just another... Oh, you could also... Hey. Actually, you could also just play Sphere Mode and Lava Golem. Or Book of Eclipse. I like that. Yeah, do this. Play Book of Eclipse. Ma Dolce. Ma Dolce, I can actually give feedback on this one because I've dabbled quite a bit with Ma Dolce before YCS Dortmund. I actually was considering playing the deck. I think, and this is just my personal take, I really like playing 2 Messengelados. I think the combos are way too weak if you draw your 1 of Messengelado. That's just how I view it. So I would play 2 of that. And then either, I guess, keep it at 42 or cut 1 Keldo. Or maybe you cut like 1 of these Vernisovs. Like one or 2 of the Thawing Mountains. I don't think you need to play the full 3. Also, Solon, I don't think is mandatory. I don't think you absolutely need Solon. Or Ticket. One of them is not mandatory. I think it's... Which one is not mandatory? I think it's Salon, the one. Which is the additional normal summon you don't always need. Yeah. I think it's Salon is the one that's not mandatory. But overall, this list is solid. I would try to fit a second Messengelado. And maybe Baldrake is better than Druid Worm now? I don't know. Which one you think is better, chat? If I'm playing one Bestial next to Magnamut, is it Druid Worm or is it Baldrake? I think in this deck it's Druid Worm, but in decks that have lights and darks, it's probably Baldrake. Like in tier, it would probably be Baldrake, right? In this deck, it's Druid Worm, I agree. Yeah. Baldrake in tier, Druid in others. Yeah, I can get behind that. I mean, in decks that have no tribute fodder for Baldrake, then of course it would be Druid Worm. Yeah. I guess in this deck, yeah. Alright, this one is another tier element deck, which we've talked about before, but this one is a special tier element deck, so... Now, what are we cooking here? What in the hell are we cooking? Hold up. First of all, based. Absolutely based. I like what you're doing here. I like what you're doing, even though I don't know how good it is. I don't know how good it is. I'm always having a hard time. I'm always having a hard time evaluating decks that are clearly meant to be a meme deck. Because this deck looks fun, but it's clearly a meme deck, right? I mean, please tell me it's actually like not serious. It's not a meme deck, it's legit. I don't know if it's legit. Like, it's not terrible. What do you mean? This is my Leon list. All right then. Fiend Comedian, toss a coin and call it. If you call it right, all your opponent's cards in the graveyard are removed from play. If you call it wrong, send the number of cards equal to the cards in your opponent's grave from your deck to the graveyard. God damn. I don't know, dude. Alright, try and play one of the new Tearlaman's Kashtira. This is basically a better Bestial. Fair enough, you've got me there. I don't think Breakthrough Skill and Rise to Full Height are actually that good. Like, my problem with Breakthrough Skill, like, I don't know if I'm just like I'm just dono walling, speaking to a wall, because I don't know if this is even meant seriously, but I think Breakthrough Skill is not very good this format because it just gets shuffled before you can use it. Like, even though it in theory it stops your opponent's Dweller and stuff, but they would just shuffle it away from your grave before you can use it. So I don't think Breakthrough Skill is very good. And the same kind of goes for Rise to Full Height, although that card can make you survive. So probably just remove Breakthrough Skills and play a Tearlaman's Kashtira and one other card. I don't know. Third Fiend Comedian, run it. Third Fiend Comedian, run it. That's my feedback. Take it or leave it. Okay, I have just gotten a glimpse. I have gotten a glimpse at the next two submissions. And I don't want to call anyone out, but I think it is about time. I think it's about time. I'm going to do the next two after this one, and then we're going to call it a day. Because short teaser, the next two are Punk Libromancer, which is fine. And then we also have What? Bestial Sprite Synchro. And I think if you see the words What? Bestial Sprite Synchro in one sentence, I think that is the keyword. That is my trigger word to my safe word. That's the safe word for today. The safe word for today's deck doctor is what bestial sprite synchro. That is my safe word. That is my safe word. Also, I was about to say I'm proud of you guys for not submitting a single Fluanderese deck, and then Pack entered the chat. Oh god. Anyways, Rocket Time Thief with Sharon base. So technically this is bestial tier limits. One word and I will deal with them. I mean, Nesh, look at the deck list he sent. Look at the deck list he sent, and then you decide. You decide what happens to Pack, okay? Nesh, you get to decide. You get to decide. Do what you deem necessary. Should have played Flunder over Runic Sprite Bozo? True. It would have gone a lot better. Okay, Pack has been banned. Pack, no more. Goodbye, Pack. Rip Bozo. Alright, moving on. I mean, they kind of fucked around and found out. I think it's fair. That's what happens if you post a Flunder list in this chat. I think it's fair enough. Anyways, I don't know what to tell you about your Time Thief deck. It's probably not that bad, but once again, small word, huge red flag. The ratios, I'm afraid the ratios don't even look that bad. So I'm not even roasting it at any point. You put the wrong Bigfoot artwork. I don't know if you noticed that. I don't know if you noticed that you put the wrong Bigfoot artwork, but... Alright, so we're going to do the Punk Libromancer. We're going to do the Punk Libromancer because that one's actually a deck. And then we're going to look at my safe word. We're going to look at the Watt Bestial Sprite Synchro last. Punk Libromancers. So you're using 3 Xiaman, Sharakuzai, Vagon to grab the field spell. I suppose this is the one. Yeah. Deer Note, Ogre Dance, 3 Foxy Tune, 1 Jam Session, Teleport, Souls Package, 3 Rights, Doombroker. So what's the synergy here? Like, strongest normal summon is the Punk. And then Libromancers as, like, best extender engine, quote unquote. Just spit everything out onto the board, play a couple of hand traps. I mean, I don't hate it. I don't think it's that great. Because, first of all, Ghost Ogre is not very good. Ash and Imperm are fine. This deck should play Bestials. Why is there no Bestials? Just at least play 3 Magna and 1 Druid Worm instead of the Ghost Ogre and Veiler. And then your deck isn't top tier, but not bad either. Like, solid ratios overall. I like the ratios on the Punk stuff. I like the ratios on the Libromancer stuff. And then 10 hand traps. It could be worse. I like Ogre even as a teleport target. Ogre isn't good enough in my opinion. Especially because you only play 2 Geek Boys. So you're not going to draw Geek Boy plus teleport as often. And like, teleport can summon Zeamin and Geek Boy. You don't need Ogre for that. Add Ogre with Dragon Drive. I mean, okay. Yeah. If you want to add a mediocre hand draw with Dragon Drive, you can. I'm not going to stop you from playing a Ghost Ogre. Are you going to have a ritual in hand to reveal often enough? I mean, your Punk combo, if you start with the Punk combo and it goes off, you do draw a couple cards with the field spell, so it increases your odds. And it deck thins quite a bit. Like, the Punks deck thin and then draw a couple cards, so it's not the end of the world. You are only playing 6 rituals for the Libromancers, though, to be fair. And I guess this can fetch. So it's like 8 rituals, and teleport also works. So it's fine, I think. It's like borderline, maybe you want more, but it's like fine. If you like to live on the edge, it's okay. I think here. Yeah. And then finally, bro, this card is so old. This card is so old that it says Thunder Tuner. It doesn't even say effect on the card. That's how old this card is. If this card is destroyed by your opponent's card, either by battle or by card effect, your opponent cannot special summon a monster or activate spells, traps, spell trap effects, or monster effects for the rest of this turn. Now, what is this all about? What rain? Add WOD cards with different names from your deck to your hand, except what rain, up to the number of thunder monsters you control with different names. So you're summoning Blue and Jet, and then activate this to search 2 cards? Or 3? During your main phase, except the turn this card was sent to the grave, you can banish this card from your grave, special summon as many WOD monsters as possible with different names from your hand. And then you play WOD Cancel. When your opponent would normal or special summon a monster, discard a WOD monster, negate the summon, and destroy it. So the combo is you go activate WOD Rain, add WOD Fox, and WOD Cancel from your deck to your hand. And then you have a counter trap. That's all? Why? You could just play this card. Okay, so you're telling me better than I thought, to be honest. At first glance, you might think this is reasonable, but think about it this way. All this card really does is add a counter trap to your hand, and it also gives you the discard fodder for that counter trap. That's what it is. This card turns into a counter trap. So why on earth are you not just playing a counter trap instead? You could just play Solemn Judgment, and it'd be the same thing without bricking. If you really wanted to. You can crash your WOD going second. And then what? No pun intended. And then what? Activate starter. And then what? You're in main phase 2. You can't even Zeus anymore. Not even like, speaking of the fact that no one in the world makes a board and you go normal summon WOD Fox, battle phase, attack, crash. No one's just gonna let that happen. Literally, if your opponent has cards with text on them and they read that text, it's not gonna work. Normal WOD Fox attack. Bro, it's not happening. I would allow it. I mean, yeah, it's kind of base, to be fair. I would kind of like them. I would kind of let them do it and just see what they're cooking. Just to find out what's happening. Catch Eve. If this card is in your hand, you can target a level 3 or higher monster you control, reduce its level by exactly 2, and if you do special summon this card, you can only use this effect of Catch Eve level 2 once per turn. This is a Cupid pitch target. Now, I don't know what the hell you're even cooking with Cupid pitch. And there's Shinobi Necro with Bestials. This is a hell of a recipe. This is a banger to end it on. Like, all of these... What do you do with this? You make a Savage Dragon. You realize you can just play Toad. And that's also a negate. Like, why are we going Why are we using Watt Fox or Shinobi Necro to go into a level 4 synchro to then make a level 8 synchro to add like Catch Eve level 2 to make like one Barone or Savage negate if we could have just summoned a Swap Frog? And what the hell is Watt Chimera? This card can attack your opponent directly. When this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent by a direct attack, place a random card from your opponent's hand on top of their deck. What? Why is this here? Why is this here? This needs a Watt tuner. This is not even generic. They felt like this was too strong, bro. We can't make this generic. Hey, this needs to have a Watt tuner. We need to tune this thing down a bit. Why is this here? Oh, God, no. No. Look, honestly, I'm gonna tell you one thing. Your deck is based. This deck is perfect. I have no suggestions. Leave it as it is. Look, hey, stay exactly the way you are. You are perfect the way you are. Don't let anyone tell you you need to change. Winner, yeah, absolute winner. You take the cake with your Watt Sprite Bestial Synchro deck. And that is the safe word for today's deck doctor. That is where we have to cut it. That is where we have to cut it because it doesn't get better than this. And it probably also doesn't get worse than this. To be fair. Imagine the Watt Fox Mosquito OTK, your opponent can't react. I mean, I'm telling you, if you have Mosquito, Watt Fox, and Nimble Sunfish on the board, the game's over. The game's over, and they can't respond to any of it. Do with that information whatever you will. Do with that information whatever you want. But with that with that glorious submission, the deck doctor for today ends. For everyone that we haven't looked at, if we haven't looked at your deck yet, I am sorry. There's just always way too many suggestions. Feel free. We do these regularly, so feel free to just stay in the Discord and try and submit the deck next time. Or there's also a deck discussion section on the Discord server where you can post your deck list regardless and discuss it with other people. I also look into that channel every once in a while and give my input. So if you've submitted a deck that you think hasn't been talked about and you really want some feedback, there's always, we have at this point, which by the way, I wanted to say thank you as well for that. We've hit over 2,000 people on the Discord this week, which I am very proud of. It's a very cool community that with every time I look into there's like nice discussions going on. So if you didn't get your deck featured on this deck doctor, don't worry, you can definitely still talk about it and find people to discuss it with on the Discord server regardless. Or you can try again next time when we do this. Either way, thank you guys a lot for everyone that submitted a deck. Thank you for taking part. I hope you enjoyed. I hope it was helpful for some of you. I hope you gained some insight in how to deck build, how to improve some stuff. !Discord if you want to join the Discord. There's the link in chat right now. Join up if you want to. This took up the entire stream. This took up the entire stream for today. We've literally spent almost 5 hours deck doctoring decks now. Don't forget that the Sleeve Chief giveaway is starting on Twitter later today, so make sure you check the Twitter. Yeah, I don't know if we can make this into a YouTube video because that thing was 4 hours or something. I don't know if we can make the deck doctor into a YouTube video. We might just throw it up on the have to throw it up on the VOD channel and call it a day. I don't know if it's worth it. But hey, I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm gonna send you guys over to Farfa. Thank you guys so much for the for all the follows and all the subs. Remember, if you're not following the channel yet, I'm live almost every single day with Yu-Gi-Oh! So and it's completely free to follow. So do that if you haven't yet. Tomorrow we'll be doing a Challenger Cup. I'm not hosting one tomorrow. I'm playing one tomorrow. Surely we'll finally be able to win a Challenger Cup tomorrow. So that's gonna be cool. So make sure you join the stream tomorrow. I'm gonna send you guys over to Farfa. I hope you have a great rest of your day or start of your day or wherever you are, whatever your time zone is. Yeah. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for all the support. And I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow. Bye-bye, everyone. Peace. Ready to raid in 3, 2, 1. Say hello to Farfar, everybody. Bye-bye. Peace. See you tomorrow.